Hello and welcome everybody to the Sideways Showdown CN versus the world. This is the world qualifiers trying to get the top 16 from this into a top 32 bracket against the top 16 from the CN qualifier. I'm Casanova, joined by Sam D. Sherman. Sam, how are you doing today? Excited to get into some unleashed matches for, maybe one of the last times before we got a new set.
Yeah, I'm doing great. I've been playing a lot of this format lately, making videos for my YouTube, so I'm ready to see what people cooked up here.
Yeah, I think the meta is continued to progress for a bit, but now we've kind of hit the point where people have stopped innovating and we're like looking forward to Vendetta. So I feel like a lot of Diana, a lot of Yi. Are there any other decks that were kind of catching your eye towards the end of this format that felt very like starting to pick up steam, being pretty good overall?
Yeah, I would say that the Ezreal control deck with Pack of Wonders and Bewitching Spirit has been picking up a lot in popularity. I see it a lot at my locals, and I've run into it a bunch of times on the Runes and Rift ladder. So I would expect to see a decent amount of that deck. It's a deck that really forces the opponent to play its game. They're not participating in the usual kind of exchanges and combat and stuff, and they really get to dictate the terms of the game. So yeah, that's a big one to watch out for.
Yeah, I think it's a call out. We saw Cameron actually win back-to-back-to-back tournaments, cash tournaments. He won both the SCG 10K and the 5K, and then won the PPG 25K, all on Pack of Wonders Ezreal over the last few weeks. So that plus Bradykin's top 8, I think we're definitely seeing a little bit more of that deck as a whole. But before we jump into the matches, let's talk a little bit about the prize pool for at least this qualifier. We do just have merch. This is a free-to-enter tournament, 128 player cap, and we will be getting merch from the Turnham Sideways shop to the top 16 players, as they will get qualification and some cool stuff from our shop as far as like playmats and dice going forward from there. And then when we get to that top 32, 16 from our side and 16 from the other side, there will be $1,000 on the line from the CN versus the world on the second part of the tournament on the 25th of July on Vendetta. But we also have the debut of these Tibber mats, the Bear Hug mats. This will be going to our top performers in the tournament. You may have seen Prismat rocking this mat at a couple recent tournaments as we let him use the prototype because he'd been winning with Annie and we thought it'd be fun. So yeah, this will be the first time that you can pick these up, and then they'll be in the shop later. So looking forward to seeing who picks up the big wins. Fun little tournament on the weekend. I know there's a lot of other events going on, but glad for anybody tuning in to watch our little slice of the Riftbound world and see who does their best. Got a lot of EU players signed up, which is really cool because we have Pittsburgh this week, but getting the European players is nice as well. But for our first game, we are going to have two previous best of winners. It is Momsky versus Nightingale, some very strong players from the North American region. So I'm curious what decks they're going to be on. Nightingale has been a Vex specialist for some time before he was an Ari specialist. And Momsky has a best of Yasuo and a best of Rengar. So it could kind of be anything.
Yeah, I'm hoping we get to see the Rengar from Momsky, because Momsky's Rengar build is a little different from mine, and I want to see the differences in action, but we'll see what they come up with.
All right, let's take a look at Momsky's deck then and see what he decided to bring. Is it the Rengar? It is not. It is set this time around, and this looks pretty similar to the build from Colin that he's won a couple of best of. Colin Kaiser's set with the Kingpin in the champion zone. This is a deck that I also, you're talking about the Ezreal. This was a deck that I felt was continually being underrated and was maybe just being played less because people didn't want to contest Colin. I felt like it was actually pretty good in the meta. It was finding a lot of strong matchups, and there was a reason that Colin was having so much success outside of the fact that he's just a beast. So getting to see someone else picking it up for this event here at CN vs. the World, getting to see Momsky on set.
Yeah, I think, excuse me, I think this set deck has a lot in common with the Rengar deck, where it is kind of about setting up combats that are favorable for you by distributing your might in the exact right way. That's something that if you're really good, you can leverage your skill and make the deck seem a lot better than it would feel in the hands of a less skilled player. Looking at this deck, I believe this is exactly Colin's deck list. I made a video with Colin's deck the other day, and I can't think of any differences.
All
So
right. Yeah, well, we'll see how Momsky can perform with it. Jumping straight into game. Looks like we're jumping in on turn 2. It looks like already jamming the Vex, and it will be Kingpin shoved in, going up against the Vex Apathetic and a Pike. Currently just 7-on-7, but with the buff, the boss can get a lot of extra value. Zonya's just going to save the Vex. The boss going to be deployed to save the Kingpin, and just overall a trade between the two, but Nightingale having an early 2-point lead. And the hand having a back off and a switcheroo could set up some holds later.
yeah, it's definitely on the set player to break the Vex's holds, and they have done that, but they did not manage to take the battlefield. Oh, we've got first mate to solve that problem. I think once you see set controlling both battlefields with a decent amount of might, the game is going to be basically over. So the Vex player really needs to um, make sure they can get back into a battlefield next turn and set up a nice hold.
Yeah, and so
Oh,
the first mate came down, and I was with you. I kind of expected that to go in and conquer, but with Set tapping out, I think he was a bit concerned about maybe some answer from the side of Nightingale, where, and we saw that there was, in fact, an answer available, right? Could have just easily walked in, play the switcheroo onto the Set, and be able to just conquer from there, force yet another rune out of the boss, and continue to cause pressure. And that would not allow an easy buff, right? Because the reason that Kingpin was able to be
yeah.
rebuffed was because it was on his own turn and he had the arena bar, so it comes back exhausted. But losing the buff on Nightingale's turn would be causing a lot more issues.
Yeah, I think you called that out right. The reason not to go in is so that the set can start your next turn buffed.
Here.
But we'll see. I mean, the switcheroo is still going to be available to use on Mom Sky's turn instead, as played. So that might come back to bite Mom Sky a little bit, but we'll see how it goes.
Yep.
And the Vex is getting stuck into both battlefields here. So are they going to be able to set up good holds on both sides? I don't know.
Yeah, they have double hidden, right? So we were talking about that switcheroo. So it's switcheroo plus the back off, deciding to only go with one, but the back off played from hand lets you draw a card. So realistically, it's probably better to just hold it up. Um,
Yeah,
Going to 4 points as
yeah.
well is pretty relevant. Like we're Vex is getting to the point where if Nightingale doesn't lose a lot of material on this turn, they can start to really pressure the end game. But
Yeah,
yeah.
but it's well, I think we're gonna see a lot of material get lost here. Um, I mean, on board you can go set takes over the monastery, and then you bring the Fey folk into the monastery to bring over the Vex, and that makes a lot of progress on clearing the board. Now, if there's a back off, that can maybe get stopped for a little while.
Yeah, back off on the set is big on this turn, but it also matters the rest of what Momsky has available. I mean, this is still 4 cards, 6 runes, to try and create the same play even through a back off onto set, right? Like, even though the set may get stunned in the spot, the first mate is still pushing over the Evelyn as of now, and you can still pull in afterwards with the Fey folk to still look for a potential kill onto the Vex Apathetic, especially if there is any form of pump in the hand. So I like
Yeah,
just forcing the minimum here, especially if Momsky has some backup for this, right? Just push the first mate in and say, do you have anything? And it looks like Nightingale's just going to hold all the resources.
yeah. So now a back off won't even stop the Fey folk play. Is you can now just bring in set, bring in Fey folk, and bring over the Vex, and then even with a back off, Vex will die to the other units, and it won't be able to get through the tank.
Yeah, that seems like a huge blowout. I'm curious what was found off of the Zon Warren's trigger that maybe led to this line of play, because we saw the boots ditched by Nightingale, but we don't see the rest of it. And this is just going to be not even
Oh,
a look for the apathetic, and instead just a pull on the Mouser.
yeah, this is a little surprising.
Your
Um,
focus.
because now the Fate Folk is going to die, which is pretty annoying.
Or your priority, whatever.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen a lot of when Colin plays this deck, just protecting the Fey Folk with the Kingpin, using it for multiple pickoffs, and just kind of
Yeah.
losing it to a Mouser feels a little bit
A
undervalued,
challenge.
but it is going to be a challenge. So just playing around this hidden card as a way to deal with both things. This could have been done in a slightly different order, but it wouldn't have allowed for a double conquer for Mom Sky if done in a different order. I mean, I suppose it could.
Yeah.
Like, you could just send the set, but it would be weaker to some amount of interaction. And this is kind of blowing out everything that Nightingale can have.
Yeah, Discipline would be the relevant card. Oh wow, it's Evelyn. So now the switcheroo is still available.
Yeah, both switcheroo from hand, and we know about the back off. Either of which being strong here to just get an extra point, but a point and a draw for Nightingale, which the draw is going to be really relevant because of how much was just lost.
Yeah,
but
and
drawing
also
two
the fact
cards is
that
big.
you have a battlefield that you can play units into. If you hold here.
Oh, goes for the switch. I was expecting just back off first and just call it a day, to be honest. That was like my expectation of this turn, but goes for the switch instead to just force more resources, especially with the arena bar tapped. You're going to actually clear the buff from Kingpin this time.
Floating one.
Yeah, so maybe there's a charm that can clean it up. I don't know if Vex usually runs charm.
Sometimes yes, sometimes no. I'm not sure about Nightingale's exact version. Because sometimes they just decide that the Evelyns are enough charm effects, and they don't end up running the extra charm effects with charm itself.
Yeah, I guess I've seen
both
Blitzcrank in
sides.
a lot of these decks, so that could come down next turn to trade with the set.
It will.
And both players are pretty low on resources this game, but Vex is about to draw a bunch of cards, and if they can, yeah, just manifest some nice units here on this Zon Warrens, it's going to be a little tricky for Set to get back in.
It goes to 5, back up to 4 cards. Tide Turner.
Oh.
Is there a pump?
Discipline, perhaps?
Oh, Kha'Zix, that's right. There was a Kha'Zix in hand that we saw earlier. That's going to allow potential of going to 6.
Oh, is this a punch first?
That looks like a punch.
Oh, it's a Call to Glory, perhaps?
Call to Glory.
Well, that'll kill Kha'Zix, but that still allows Nightingale to go to 6 points.
Yeah. So the set is going to be able to clean up one of these holds. But Mom Sky's going to need some good stuff.
Double hide.
Oh my god.
He's all in.
Hidden card. Yeah. So Mom Sky's really got a tough task here. You both have to clean one of these battlefields and set up to clean the other one next turn. And if you can't do both of those things, you are dead.
Go here.
Yeah, this is... I mean, we know one is back off. I'm not sure what the other one is. We'll see if Mom Sky guesses right. I mean, this is the back off, so that's... I would say this is guessing wrong, but also the other could be a back off as well.
Yeah, you need a Rengar here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this actually works. So now you're going to have the set with a buff in your backline next turn to go in for 7. So as long as that hidden card isn't back off or switcheroo, then
this felt like good.
Then you might be all right.
Well, and it very well could. Plus, he's got 2 cards that he gets to draw and 5 runes to potentially still protect. Sabo is going to get to see the hand. Thinking maybe there is a Defy on the Sabo. I mean, we haven't seen a Defy yet this game. Would not be surprising to see it now, and that is going to be a Defy.
Yeah, so I wonder what the other card is. It could basically be any spell.
Second back off.
Could be... Okay, it was back off. Yeah. So if there's not another Rengar, or first
Usually not
mate,
draw
then I think
every
this game is
hand,
over.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. They just want game.
That'd be hard.
Go into
right?
game
That's
2.
probably
That
been
I
a
mean,
hidden card,
we
yeah.
did say, will he guess right? Will he guess wrong? There was no right answer. It was double back off. There's no correct answer on which side to go to, and Nightingale able to hold out with the last bits of resources to close that game out.
Yep. That was a kind of a one-sided game if you look at the score. The Vex player really just got to get set up, score early, and never really let the set player get in the game, which is, I think that's one way Vex games can go, where if Vex gets an early lead, it kind of snowballs. So I'm wondering if we'll see the other kind of Vex game where the set player gets onto both battlefields and Vex never scores a point.
The Vex can't get on. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
It's this matchup's a bit swingy in that way, right? Where it's like both of these decks are at their core a hold deck, right? Like they both have the capacity for offense, but they are best served when they can kind of just like camp up on a point. Set a little bit more on the pivots, right? It can kind of move around, use the first mates, the showstoppers to run around the Rengars, but
Yeah.
Vex really struggles when the opponent is just setting up big on a point. Kind of, she's like the spiritual successor to Teemo in some ways, right? She sets up in a lot of the same ways that Teemo did.
There's a lot of similarities there, yeah, for sure. Like I would say that the set deck is I would maybe classify it as a normal Riftbound deck where
Sure,
like it can both do
Yes.
conquering and holding, and the cards are mostly kind of agnostic as to which one they're doing. But the Vex cards are a lot more focused on holding. Like this mutated Mouser is a 1 if you're conquering, but it's a 3 if you're holding. And there are many other such cards in the deck.
Yep.
So the Vex, it's way more important for Vex to have control of the battlefield like throughout the game than it is for set.
Very funny little spot here where this Fey Folk cannot pull this thing without the Mouser being a 3, because it would be the defender. So very likely to just see trades on the battlefields unless there is some way for Momsky to get on the point a little bit faster and try and deny any conquer. Something like a 2-drop and a showstopper to really just put the pressure on, but it feels like a bit too much to happen.
Yeah, I think, I mean, Momsky's options this turn are either just develop and sit back, or go to some battlefield with the Fey Folk and reinforce it somehow. Either you could play set Kingpin with it, or you could play this Arena Bar. That works. So now on board, this Mouser can't come over the Fey Folk, and if it does, the Fey Folk is going to get saved. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, and it comes down to, does Nightingale want to trade for a few turns with Start to Peak, or does he have a way to actually get over the Fey Folk, clear it away, and take over the Grove? I think taking over a Grove is important. I mean, you start gaining an absurd amount of cards, but it's not even that. It's more denying Set's ability to keep up with your card advantage, even if you were to look to trade which side you're holding. As much as for Vex, holding Star Tip Peak and getting more runes to play out the cards you're getting from Gloomist would be appealing. I think denying the Grove of the God Willow ends up being like a bigger boon. But it's also possible that he straight up does not have the resources to get over this little 2-might unit with just the mouse.
Yeah, I don't think it's easy for the Vex deck to actually get over that. You'd have to expend some significant resource. Like if you go in and play Kha'Zix, you lose your Mouser. Yeah, that kind of thing. So this makes sense. Now both sides are going to definitely dig into these battlefields because they're so appealing to hold at. And we're going to see both players drawing cards. And I think this Fey Folk is going to be a big deal going forward here, because now that you have the set, you can pull back the Fey Folk and then threaten next turn to start breaking the hold one by one. So yeah, that's the Vex player is going to have to find a solution to that sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and Nightingale needs an answer, and even if this is Evelyn, like, it can still be saved. So it needs to be Evelyn plus another way to continue to threaten either Kingpin following a boss save on to the Fey Folk, or a way to re-threaten Fey Folk after it's saved, and without multiple charm effects in a single turn, that is going to be a struggle for this deck to actually get done.
Yeah, so if there was like a Blitzcrank plus Evelyn, that would be kind of perfect.
There's the
I have
first
not
part.
seen Blitzcrank yet, so I don't know if Nightingale is running that.
I mean, first part of the puzzle is here, right? Evelyn to deal with the Fey Folks first half.
Yeah, and this is sort of putting Mom Sky to the test here. Like, are you willing to use your boss on this Fey Folk, given that I could somehow kill the Kingpin if you do that? Now, it wouldn't be trivial to kill the Kingpin. You'd either need a charm effect or like maybe a Tide Turner plus a Kha'Zix could do it.
Yeah, Tide Turner Kha'Zix would be real. Punch First is still always going to be like a threatening piece that could exist.
Yeah.
For the set on this turn that really causes a lot of these options to be less attractive.
I think given where the board sits right now, I would be a little surprised if the Fey Folk dies here. Just because the Fey Folk is really doing a lot of good work here if it survives. And it's just not that easy for the set to die. A Blitzcrank would really be the only card that actually cleanly kills the set.
Yeah, because even with a punch, you're still like, you're getting the set, right? You're still getting through, you're still keeping board presence. It's not ideal, but it is like, at least solves the kind of worst cases.
Can you imagine if there were 2 punch firsts and you go for a Blitzcrank play? And
I was
going to
say the same thing. It's like, set goes to the Stone Age, but the game is probably won, right? Like,
yeah, it's pretty tough. Okay, so the Fey Folk does get saved, as predicted.
I mean, let's see if Nightingale actually has a punish. Shadow. Okay, that's not exactly what the doctor ordered here, but is there a charm now? No, that's just a hidden card. So Shadow is just going to make this battlefield even more impossible to get through, but it's not going to solve the Fey Folk issue. Yeah, I mean, if anything, hidden Tide Turner now, because there wasn't a backup to save Vex for 1 more turn, or 2 more turns, maybe. But again, not a solve, right? There's no solve for this position, and now the Fey Folk gets to get rebuffed, and you're back at square one.
Turns without some kind of first mate help or something like that, or showstopper, but
pull Vex, float on.
It's gonna, really be chipping away at the amount of value, and the Vex's hold is just gonna get weaker as a result. And the set has 8 cards in hand. They're gonna.
Yep.
Oh my God, what happened? Sterax Gauge?
Yeah, this is the pet card of Nightingale, his favorite card. Very notable piece of his Ari deck when he made 77th place and won best of Ari back in Vegas. It was a lot around this Sterax Gauge, and he's brought it back for his Vex list. So going to at least threaten to take the kill onto set, but there is going to be a Call to Glory.
Okay, so... Oh, and Azonia's Hourglass was hidden. That's a good one to have there. That actually sets up a decent play next turn if there's a little bit more pump or a Tide Turner to back up this Vex.
Yeah, I mean, I would call this a solve, at least for the turn, right? Like the Zonias with the Sterax forced the issue against Mom Sky, forced some additional plays, forced the Call to Glory, and now that is a way to keep the pressure up. A second Irresistible Fey Folk to kind of just keep bringing things into the set Kingpin. And that is going to put a clock on Nightingale to actually find a real answer to this board. And those don't exist too heavily in this deck.
Channel extra, draw.
All right, so the hidden card from set, I believe we know the only hidden card is 1 copy of Hidden Blade. So unless I'm forgetting something.
Whoa, what is this?
That's Vex Mocking. Ever heard of it?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard of it. I've seen tales. I thought about Leona playing this card. I have not seen a Vex player actually using this, and I mean, we know the secret sauce is there for Team Secret Sauce, but yeah, Vex mocking. Basically, when you stun something, she can move to the battlefield of the target that was stunned. So it is going to have synergy with Shadow, really evoking League of Legends Vex and launching her ultimate out, stunning, and then, well, not stunning in League of Legends, but you know what I mean, launching the ultimate out and teleporting in.
Yeah, I definitely don't know what you mean, but go on.
Yes. Sam D. Sherman, known League of Legends player.
Yeah. I don't think Vex existed the last time I played League of Legends. But yeah, so the Vex mocking is, in addition to having that movement ability, it's a 5 might shield and tank unit, so pretty significant presence on the board. But okay, so the Nightingale did not build up more on the star tip peak, which makes sense. There's not really a need to do that. And there's the sacrificial tide turner that you were talking about before.
Yeah, so just another turn of defending the board from the cycle of Fey folk that are running in and out. But Nightingale is at a point deficit, so the onus is on him to actually break this at some point. And he's having to use so many resources just defending against the double Fey folk that it's going to be really tough to ever actually break through the Kingpin.
Yeah, with the Hidden Blade, it's going to be tricky. So if there's like a Defy for the Hidden Blade, then you could go in next turn and make some progress. It would only displace the Kingpin for 1 turn because of the boss, but that 1 turn might be all you need. You're only down by 1 point. So as long as you kind of pull the trigger at the right moment and can get in, then you could make that work. But the set is going to have the same kind of board that they're trying to set up, where they attack into the star tip peak at the right moment, score an extra point, and close the game that way.
Extra resources from all these holds, though, overall benefit Gloomist more than boss, but it is, of course, a lot of extra card advantage coming to Set via the Grove of the God Willow, keeping him even. Plus, the boss has been able to save the Fey folk, and, as you mentioned, going to be able to save the Kingpin on this push. So, really, it comes down to Vex mocking, protecting this 4 cost, trying to prevent any additional units from being slammed down, the Rengars from happening, but it's not going to be able to prevent Kingpin plus Vi as a swing-in Peacekeeper. And we still do need that Defy that you were talking about to deal with the Hidden Blade as that hidden card.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't like this Vex's position very much. I think they're really going to have a tough time closing this one out. The Fey folk pressure has really been, putting a lot of constraint on the way Vex can play the game, and really disrupting their setup. And meanwhile, like, the Set player has been able to develop their own board, and things are really just going to get worse for Vex as time goes on here, because like next turn Shadow's going to die, and then the star tip peak is open for the taking, and the game's going to kind of snowball from there if the Vex can't figure something out kind of right now.
All good.
Yeah, I mean, he's considering the push at this point. I feel like if there's a Defy in hand, this has becomes a little bit easier, but there could still be a Defy, and Nightingale's just trying to map the next few turns before making the swing happen.
Yeah, definitely worth doing. You don't want to just go in guns blazing here, and then, your play works, Set Kingpin goes back to base, and then, now what? He comes back in and kills all your guys, and your next turn doesn't work. That's not what you want.
So
all right,
discipline
so
first.
What is this discipline on? Was it, okay, Vex apathetic. So now that's just a 9 to 8 situation. That's kind of forcing the action. I kind of like doing that if you have a good answer to this Hidden Blade. I don't know if you do. But imagine the Vex hand is Defy and another
Good.
discipline. This is a really nice attack.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
also potential that there is a stun available for Nightingale and waiting for pressure to come through, but it is just going to be the trade accepted for Mom Sky,
Okay.
and then you can just cascade the equipment and push forward.
On.
There's the Hidden Blade. I assume the Defy is there. And it is.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Sure.
All right, so now what? You've got Vex Mocking Defense for 9 here. And the other side is 8. Neither of those numbers sound that good to me.
Yeah.
Um,
What I will
So-
say for this position is Mocking can be moved to the start hit peak from the Shadow Sun,
oh,
which is it kind of makes it so that you have to deal with Mocking first. Which is I don't know whether this is to say that that's a benefit or not. I haven't really been in these positions, and in fact, we haven't really seen that much Vex Mocking in general.
Yeah.
Like just total. Like we haven't seen that much. So
I would say that the Vex Mocking side is the one that's the most appealing to go to anyways, because you get the best buy stun.
yeah.
So, but you're right that the Shadow does make the star tip peak pretty solidly defended here.
Yeah, it's possible that Nightingale's just able to. I mean, not even possible. I think it's likely
What's
Nightingale
awful?
holds one side here, right? Like I think
Oh, yeah, for sure.
he's probably losing a side, but I don't think he's losing both. And he's gained the point advantage at this point. So now from there, he actually does just have to turbo hold one side. Whether or not that ends up being the strategy to win the game, it's possible we still do need to look for a conquer from Nightingale's side. But he now has pushed the pressure onto Mom Sky to actually be the person to make a move.
Yeah, both players have drawn a lot of cards this game, but the Vex player has been the one that's able to deploy most of their cards, and the set player still has a huge grip here. So if their hand is all Rangars and Fioras and stuff that are kind of slow and expensive, then they're maybe not going to be able to use their cards in time before the game is over. But this turn, let's say that hidden card didn't do anything, then you would go set plus Vi to kill the
Yeah,
Vex
sure,
Mocking,
quick.
and then you would bring the Fey Folk in to kill the Shadow.
Sure.
And that would really soften up the to peak for next turn if you could also develop some unit. But
Yeah.
there is that hidden card, so that could be a back off.
why did it-
That could be a Tide Turner to bring in Shadow.
Is it? What the hell?
Yeah, it could be just an Evelyn for a couple extra might. It could be a switcheroo, although a switcheroo is not very
Wow.
good with Vex Mocking,
Rune
so, okay,
Prison. So I imagine it's 3 back off, and then now there's some amount of Rune Prison. Probably just 1. I would not guess that there's more than that, but indexing into this Vex Mocking
Which one of
and
these?
just additional stuns. I feel like this version from Nightingale actually ends up lining up really well into set. Probably not the target of all these extra stun cards, but
Sure.
certainly going to be a benefit.
Yeah, this is definitely pretty cool. It is interesting that even though the Rune Prison can hit any unit, it can't actually move the Vex Mocking off the Grove if set attacks into the Grove, because like if you stun a unit in their base, you don't get to move there.
Yeah.
There's no unit at the other battlefield.
Does it say enemy unit on Mocking, by the way? Because you could stun your own,
Yeah.
like, Evelyn, but I was...
It's when you stun an enemy unit.
Okay, yeah, I figured as much, but I was like, that's really funny if not, and you can, you can, like, teleport her by stunning your Evelyn. But yes, when you stun an enemy unit at a battlefield, you move to that battlefield.
Yeah.
It makes a lot more sense.
So now with the Kha'Zix, if you go in with the set and the Vi, the Kha'Zix really doesn't help that much. Although,
stun.
yeah, I mean, the Kha'Zix could hold this battlefield and make one of these, or both of these attackers go back to base. But it's not going to kill anything.
Yeah, so does just 1 back off, though, right? Like, 1
So
back
there
off
is a
here
back off, yeah.
is enough to keep the Vex alive, push these attackers back.
Yeah, so a Call to Glory would not even be enough to make the difference here, because that Vex is a 9. So you would need either a punch first or
Rengar?
like a Rengar, yeah.
Get our homie in here.
There we go.
So now Kha'Zix still lets you
Second.
hold.
So this is total what?
That would be
9
13
or
against
11,
11. Yeah,
actually.
that would
Yeah.
work. But I'm not sure if you
11
care
actually
really.
damage.
It's interesting because it takes you to 7.
Yeah,
'cause
but the
there's-
problem is
yeah.
it sends back all these guys into the set base, and then they'll have a pretty good attacking setup next turn. Although maybe the star tip peak is too hard to get through. I don't know.
Yeah, because Shadow still gets to be there, and you have Defy. I mean, Defy is unlikely to be that useful.
Cool.
From
so-
here
Yeah,
on out.
the Defy is not doing much, I would say. But they couldn't defy the
Okay,
sabotage because they wanted to leave up the
Yes.
Kha'Zix mana.
Yeah, I mean, this.
Okay, so there is an option for the Feyfolk to
This guy.
give its life to
And-
prevent the second hold point.
The channel extra.
Oh,
draw
true.
2
Yeah,
cards.
could have brought the Kha'Zix into the peak.
Yeah, but that does not appeal to Mom Sky, which I think is pretty reasonable.
Yeah, it might be integral to this double conquer on the next turn that has to happen to have the Feyfolk needing to conquer one side and then pull something in to get another kill to soften up the other.
Yeah. Especially that Shadow can get stopped by the Feyfolk. If you conquer the Grove first, then pull over Shadow as an attacker.
But yeah, I mean, Nightingale gets 6 runes and a new full grip of cards, drawing 3 at start of turn because of Grove, Gloomist, and then just draw for turn. Plus, that extra rune from Star Tip Peak, even though it comes in exhausted, ends up allowing for essentially like a free equip for Sterix, which is really nice.
Yep. And yeah, this is not surprising to see Vex pass with all their runes open. All they need to do is hold one side, so having their tricks available, whatever they might have drawn, is good. I guess it might have been nice to hide a card or two, but maybe they can just already play all their cards. Like if they play a back off and a switcheroo from hand this turn, that's going to be tough to beat, I think.
Stun this fella.
Okay, so just going to send 11 into the 7. Not allow the Kha'Zix trigger, of course, and stun the Kha'Zix. But even just sending some of this back to base can be good enough with the Defy for the Showstopper available. However, I don't think Mom Sky would necessarily play directly into that, knowing that the Defy is in hand.
Yeah. So you're talking about if like back off on Rengar happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of think I would prefer to just fight over the other side. Oh, that's an interesting
the
play.
These are both ambush units, so
Yeah, but they're both pretty expensive.
yeah.
There's 6 other cards in that set player's hand that aren't going to get used if you have to replay one of these guys.
Yeah, and I think the math won't work out for conquering both sides if you're forced to just play one of these, so...
No,
you had
it
some-
does. So on board,
Let's do-
if you just let this combat happen by replaying whichever thing gets bounced, then the Kha'Zix dies, and then the Feyfolk goes to the Grove
Real
and
quick
pulls over Shadow,
pause.
and then
I
Set
think.
Kingpin takes down.
You're right. Yeah.
Okay, so the Defy gets to get used on Repulse, and now we're in the same spot, but each
comes
player is
back.
down a rune. Sort of interesting that Set wanted to go down a rune here when like they're the ones that needs to finish this game this turn.
6 to 7.
But maybe they have another spell they wanted to set up.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what
Um,
other defiable spell that would be looking at in this
Oh,
position.
I've got one in mind.
I mean,
Call to Glory
Showstopper's the
would be
main one, but
huge.
Let's see.
Call the Glory,
This is sweet.
that gets just
So-
over.
Yeah, so like Now you go Call to Glory the Rangar. It's 9-7. Your thing dies, and then if maybe there's a re-trick, then you could redeploy the Vi. And you'd be in the same position where you can then use the Fae Folk to clear the Shadow and use the Kingpin to conquer Startip Peak. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Set's trying to set that up. But, yeah, I mean, Vex still needs an answer. I mean, the Vex player only has one purple rune now, so their switcheroo is not an option. Back off is still an option with the 3 runes. So if there's a back off, that's going to be tough for Set to beat.
Yeah,
so
we saw
if
one
they do have
earlier.
Call to Glory, yeah, if the Call to Glory comes out and wins this combat without spending any runes, then you could use the Vi on the other side. Oh, okay. There's no Call to Glory, and now what?
And this starts to definitely get quite difficult to solve.
Yeah, so I guess you're gonna have to take the Startip Peak somehow, and then bring the Kha'Zix over.
Yeah, but this is 8 on the peak plus a stun.
Yeah, it's not looking easy. Maybe a challenge on Shadow would be a good place to start.
Okay,
First mate on the Rangar. Okay, that makes some amount of sense. So you're still kind of a pump spell short here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you can't even trade with Kha'Zix because it triggers, so it'll be the +2. Have to be able to send 2 things there.
Yeah.
Keep
So
it
what
at
if
just a 7?
What if you go Bayfolk plus Set into the Grove and suck over Evelyn? Then it would be 10-9. And then Rangar has to get through this Shadow somehow still. So if there's a challenge, you could make that work.
Yeah. I mean, back off is just ending the game now at this point, right? Like seeing a first mate play, there's just like no way that you're beating Nightingale's 3 runes if it's a back off. We only saw one so far this game, right? It was 1 back off, 1 rune prison. The rune prison was bottomed, and like a good amount of the deck has been drawn through. We definitely know it's 3 back off from the previous game. Also, if you're running rune prison, you probably have 3 back off first before you'd put the first rune prison.
This feels like Mom Sky is calculating the possibilities over and over again, and none of them are working out.
They don't work. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait 1 sec.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Recalculating again, saying, wait, Shadow's gonna stun my 9 might set.
Well, that actually still clears the peak, but the Kha'Zix is stunned. Oh, it's so close to working, but it doesn't quite.
Yeah. I feel like a punch would be helpful, but again, that's losing the back off.
How big is that?
7.
Oh, trying to force the stun from Shadow. 7 would kill 2 of these.
Okay, so you stun with Shadow, and then what? Set goes in for 7. Doesn't clear anything.
In the Shadow?
Okay.
Discipline Shadow means it won't die. This is 3 with tank on the Mouser.
And you're not using Shadow.
That's focused to you.
Yeah, and you still have the Shadow activation available. This is going to be tough. You can't kill Evelyn. It has backline.
Correct.
Yeah, you end up trading your Rengar for a Mouser.
Yeah. Okay. Boss gets used, but that only matters if this game has another turn in it.
It has to be a showstopper, right? Like, there has to be in the hand somewhere.
Oh. Showstopper, yeah, that would sort of work. I mean, you still you still don't really have a way to get through this start to peak.
Because
Actually, you don't have a way to get through the grove
Fish.
either.
Showstopper in with the Rengar just forces the stun from Shadow, and then you have Set plus Fey Folk run into Peak, and you don't have enough might, right? Like it's 10
Yeah,
total might.
so-
It just doesn't break through.
You could, yeah, you could just bring Set
Till
and
stun
trade
things
with
fucked up.
everything that's on the start tip peak, and then you
No,
could
'cause he gets
use the
stunned by
Fey
Shadow,
Folk to
right?
bring over the Kha'Zix, but it doesn't work. Oh no, sorry, I was imagining after.
Oh,
the
after a Showstopper. Yes. Okay. Like Showstopper punch first, I guess, can get there, right? Showstopper the Rengar in now, get the
Yeah.
stun, then run Fey Folk Set into Peak, pull over the Kha'Zix, and then punch. Actually, I didn't do any of that math, but I just assumed it worked. I think it does.
No, you're right. That's what you need. Or yeah, I mean, Call to Glory would also still be a card that works here, but
How do I do this?
I think we can be pretty sure that there's no Call to
fuck
Glory
up?
based on the way the Grove combat went earlier.
I think your earlier call of he keeps doing all the math and it just keeps not working, but he keeps doing it again is like
Yeah,
the world we're
that's-
kind of sitting in at this point.
It's a familiar position to be in. I was definitely in this spot in the Vancouver finals. Spent about 2 minutes doing math on a turn where I just didn't have it. Been made. It's offering the trade with Set here, and we are going to see the Shadow activation. That makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah, and that will
And-
leave Nightingale tapped out, but with 7
believe-
might on each side.
I think the boss should be tapped here, so this Kingpin should just die.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
Yes.
short. Just barely. So Showstopper.
Okay, now this is the
yes, but then
Showstopper, so
size.
Mom Sky just
One short.
decided to do it in this order instead. It doesn't
So-
really matter. It's going to
GG,
be
bro.
a trade here.
Go to my skirmish.
Okay,
Good luck.
GG Bro has been called.
It's a fun one. I have no idea how this deck works, and Vex does not seem great. But
I heard GG, bro. I can
yeah,
go to my skirmish. It's
honestly, 'cause
crazy.
it's
Yeah.
Vex likes combat decks
Oh my
that
god,
are like fair and not
that's
swarm.
Yeah, so
crazy.
The
all my
stun
shit's happening,
Kha'Zix just
so
holds.
Like this and this.
Yeah. He's
the
showing the hand
punches.
and like
He's probably
yeah,
pulling
Rengar, Vi. So just
Yeah.
exactly as you're saying,
Despite
right? All these
runes,
expensive
seems like
units
easier, but it's
and
like-
not the runes to play it. So basically controlling the
it's-
start to
they're
peak
power
ended up
based.
mattering a lot more for the Vex side, being able to deploy all the
hey,
extra cards.
alright.
And
Good luck.
regardless, though,
Right,
if set
GG.
control start to
See
peak
ya.
instead, they just don't have the cards to be playing with the runes anyway. So just
Yeah,
Vex definitely having a nice matchup for this overall, and the extra stuns that Nightingale indexed into certainly making a difference.
yeah. The Vex deck is constructed with games like this in mind, where you're holding and drawing all these extra cards, and the Vex deck is all these cheap cards and hidden cards that you can use for 0 runes, and the Set deck is a bunch of 4 and 5 energy cards that are you can't if you draw 20 cards each, like the Vex player is going to win every time.
Yeah.
So yeah, the set is much more set up for small games where both players only have a few cards, and your cards are just very high impact.
Oh, that's the thing, though. That is just going to be round 1 getting picked up by Nightingale on the Vex, continuing with his own brews, his own versions of Vex. I feel like I've never seen Nightingale play what the considered status quo version of a deck is. He's always got his own flair. He's always got the Hysterics Cage in his deck pretty much every single time. Never seen him without it since it's been released, which is very, very fun to see players kind of come into their own, pick their own style. And Nightingale's had some reasonable success over the course of the RQs that he's gone to with this style of deck list.
Yeah, that was a pretty unique Vex build with the mocking and the Hysterics Gauge. Haven't seen really anybody playing those cards. So that's nice to see.
Yeah. All right. Let's just take a quick look at the standings as a whole. Just this is more about the pairings. We got the tables going on. Talk about some of the players that we've got signed up. Megan, a friend of the channel, been on a couple of the co-streams, is hanging out. I know we had both Momsky and Nightingale were playing in the event. We had Caravaggio, who's like another Aurelia best of winner. A lot of overall solid players. I know we had Gonkra, the best of Annie runner-up multiple times. So and Anu, of course. Shout outs to Anu. You know, he's playing his Ezreal in the event. He said, "No, I don't want to cast. I'd rather play play an event on the weekend." So it's definitely nice to see. But other than that, reminder that players are playing for a qualification into an event versus the CN players on July 25th. The top 16 from this event will face off against the top 16 from the CN qualifiers for a $1,000 prize pool on Vendetta on July 25th. So definitely make sure to tune in for that one down the line. And they're also getting some merch from our merch store for this. This was a free to enter tournament, and so winners are getting playmats and dice. Top 16 are all getting some amount of prizing from the merch shop, including the top players of this event getting our brand new Bear Hug cloth playmat. You may have seen Prismat rocking this playmat at some events recently. He's been using our prototype, but these will be coming out very soon. But yeah, that is round one in the books, Sam. How are we feeling about our first matchup of the day?
I think that was a good one. I hope we get a lot more like that.
Hell yeah. All right, we're going to go to a quick break. It'll be about 10 to 15 till the next round. We're just going to hang out. I'll probably be hanging out, talking and chat with people. And we'll have the next round coming up soon enough. We'll see you in a bit. there. Get me in there. We're live. We're live. I tell Sam before we go live, I said, don't make me miss the first 2 turns again. I swear to God. So he didn't. And here we go. It is going to be Aurora versus Diana to kick things off for the second round. Ishi versus Separate. This is going to be a quick start to this game. Rockfall Path versus Aspirant's Climb.
Congratulations.
And it's just a Scryer's Bloom start for Separate. And a couple of 2 drops to get the early scoring on the other side.
Yeah. Do you know? How's this matchup for Diana?
I think it's positive, but this is always going to be the Aurora thing where she can just kind of have it, right? Like if you draw into everything turn 3 Aurora, whatever, every game, like it is still going to be very difficult for Diana to get there. It requires specific hand states, right? You need your Starcross in game 1, and you need it to line up into the Elder Dragons. And then in the future games, you need to find the Turn to Dust to answer the Aurora early. If the Aurora isn't found, I think it's like insanely favored to Diana. Like just it is near impossible to win. But I will say that the version that Ollie and Bloody played with the 3 main deck Barons, 1 Elder, is significantly harder for Diana to deal with and does allow Sivir more game in game 1 if they miss the Aurora.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me.
Appreciate kill the strike.
Yeah, so the Sivir player is really digging here, but they only have 6 runes right now. Oh, they played a mobilize. Okay, so now they actually do have Aurora mana next turn.
I'll go here. I'll focus.
And yeah, like you said, if they have the Aurora, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, so this is, you're not going to have a way to remove the Aurora. So realistically, we're looking at how can the Elder be answered. But this stack deck being played is tapping out of Starcrossed, which means currently Diana is sitting at a full board wipe from an Elder coming off the top here. The potential is Flash. Flash can save 2 of the units, so we'll see if that ends up being the answer.
No, it must be Flash because otherwise you would bring the Tide Turner back to your base for sure.
Correct, yeah. There's no reason to leave it at Rockfall unless you're going to just flash out.
I guess I have to do it and then reveal.
Even then, even with Flash, there's actually kind of no reason to leave it because
yeah,
that base Diana's always getting targeted.
Well, if you leave it and then no Aurora is played, then next turn you can bring everything back to your base.
That's true. Yeah, that's actually a very fair point. So doesn't end up getting to dodge the turn 3 Aurora this time though. It will come down and we'll see what gets shown. I know they're showing us the reveal cards, but they're actually kind of not. So it is an Elder Dragon.
There's a little left to be desired in that interface, but yeah, so it's going to be the Flash that you mentioned.
And just kill Diana.
And see you later, Diana. It's funny, if that wasn't Rockfall Path, you could have played Diana to that battlefield and retreated the Tide Turner.
Yep.
They're in different locations now. You can only kill Diana because she didn't move.
Still also could have just played Diana to Aspirant's Climb and flashed
and
her.
Bring the Tide Turner back.
Oh, you can call it too.
You just, yeah, you, well,
Oh,
yeah.
no, you could just leave Tide Turner even.
Yeah, and then you just pick the target that was picked at Aspirants and the Tide Turner to flash, and you leave the other one.
Yeah.
It's actually
I
just
would save
kind of
all your
a
units.
mistake here. Ends up losing a unit.
Yeah, you'd be a little more exposed to just accelerating Sivir and going into that battlefield, but probably there is something you could do about it. I mean, you could just use the same Flash to get out of that even. So yeah, I like that play that you described. Although I have a feeling it's not going to matter that much. It seems like the Sivir player is really going to run away with this one.
This is potential. I mean, it's not ideal. This is basically needs to be Hui, and this needs to miss Elder, and there needs to be a Tide Turner probably, or not a Tide Turner, sorry, a Starcross still
The Starcross.
for this to still be a game. And it is.
Yeah, so there's no Starcross.
Yeah.
I assume you just take Stupefy here to deny a draw because none of the other cards do anything.
Yeah, losses Fizz is something that you could be concerned about, but you can also just make gold and keep the Scryer's Bloom around because you're currently winning into this hand, right? So I think just playing around acceptable and not losing to it randomly.
Yeah,
And
you don't
taking
even
the
have to.
Stupefy makes more sense.
You don't even have to be proactive about that play as long as the Sivir Battle Mistress is untapped. You can just recycle a rune in response to the acceptable losses and create a gold.
The only scary one would be the Fizz coming out, but if this Scryer's Bloom stays in play, then you'll never lose to it.
Yeah. So I don't know what's in the Sivir hand, but maybe they're thinking about whether they want to deploy their Sivir champion. This is one of those game states where it's sort of hard to evaluate the merit of different plays because it feels like every play you make is going to win 100% of the time.
Yes. And that is often the game 1 experience of this matchup. Turn 3 Aurora is like, okay, well, we do our best, right? And currently being at 5 points is like within the realm of finding a win, but realistically, in my mind, it would have required a Starcrossed to deal with the first Elder. And without that, it's pretty tough.
You're kind of too late on Starcrossed at this point anyways, because there's going to be another Elder coming down this turn.
Yeah, you want first Starcrossed, and then basically you want to draw into a Fizz to deal with the second Elder, because then you can also deal with the third Elder, theoretically, through whatever other means. Like, it doesn't have to be another Starcross from there. Just Fizz extra spell is potentially enough.
Sure, that makes sense. All right, so we know there's nothing useful in hand. Okay, so the Sivir player doesn't seem to know that they can just make a gold whenever they want to.
Yeah, because losing the last right seems just incorrect here.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend that. Also, like, so I guess they don't have all Elders, so they knew there was a chance they wouldn't hit one. That's why they wanted to go in. Makes sense.
Yeah, takes the last rights, which is actually a fairly important take. If there's no Blade Flurry available, this last rights plus a Hui Swing hitting a unit could be enough to trade with Elder, which is actually relevant.
There's a sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, if there's a Ride the Wind to go this way, it could actually take down this Elder Dragon.
Yeah.
Although it's not clear that that would actually make meaningful progress in the game.
Ooh, that's a tough draw. That's not very useful at all to have a main deck Vex Cheerless, certainly for the Yi and Diana, Yi matchup in the Diana Mirror. Not going to be helping in this spot. This is just going to be, I see 3 runes tapped in response to this swinging in. Not sure what card could be going for here. I mean, Starcross would be at that cost, Moonfall, but Moonfall just causes a trade.
It seems like Moonfall is what's being cast here. I can't see it, but the way the battlefield is being pinged.
Yeah, I'm like looking at the graveyard to see if it goes there, but I just see the abandoned for now. There it is.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a trade, but I mean, how are you going to get through all these Elder Dragons?
Yep, second Elder comes down. That'll ping the tier list. Last card in hand is an unknown card. We saw the abandon go away, except the losses was used already.
I think you might see a third Elder Dragon come out now off the Aurora.
Oh yeah, this was hard cast from hand, wasn't it? Yep.
Yeah. So there goes 2 Flurry of Blades. Yeah, hard to tell what else is getting revealed here.
I see the card
deck,
count going up. 23 cards. Yeah, that's the whole deck.
Yeah, so that is the entire deck. So that means the third Elder is also in hand, which is about as good as you could hope for Diana, but it's still not looking very good here.
Yeah, I mean, exact 2 cards in hand being Starcrossed Fizz, and this game is actually winning. Because there's no shovel, and then the last Elder being in hand, you could bounce both of them and then score to 7 and replay Fizz, and you can win on the next turn.
Yeah, and replay the student as well.
Yeah. But that is not going to be the case. Crazy that there was still an out, considering how this game has gone. Very, very narrow out, incredibly narrow out, actually. But not completely undoable. I would say from here, though, with the runes going back up to 12, it would no longer be winnable.
Yeah, it's definitely totally doomed at this point. With not having the 2 points away from game set up right now, there's just no way you're going to be able to punk them out somehow. You're gonna have to like actually kill all these Elder Dragons, which seems impossible.
Yeah, and there's no shovel, so if you can kill every Elder Dragon, this game is winnable. With the 3 cards in hand, I'm trying to think even what combination of cards is getting through 3 Elders. And like often it would be something like Singularity plus Eclipse, but that kills one of them. Technically, you could then swing in Student and trade with the other, and that gets you through both Elders. And maybe the position of the game is actually winning at that point, because like then you're just playing through a Sivir as the only unit in the Sivir's deck. But it is just going to start with a Vex jammed for now, and Singularity is not the most common main deck card anyways. More commonly the sideboard to come in for the mirror match.
Next game. Separate. Okay.
All right,
Okay.
game 2.
And
Yeah,
we've
that makes
thrown in the
sense.
towel. That makes sense to me. Once these Aurora decks get all their Elder Dragons in play, it's it's pretty tough to come back.
I've so been there with Diana too, though, where you stay in like maybe a couple turns longer than you should because you start calculating. You're like, technically there is an out. Like there is a world that I can actually win this game. This exact 2-card combo. If it was the next 2 cards off the top of my deck, I can actually still win this thing. And then
Yeah.
sometimes you get there, but very rarely.
When I play my Rengar deck, I usually stick it out the whole time, hoping to like find a spot to like sneak into a battlefield with Thrill of the Hunt and score the last hold
Yeah.
point that way.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, they give you a window where they backed off and just like completely screw up around the card. And it's like
Yeah.
doable because not that many people have a ton of Rengar matchup experience. I mean, more so now than especially on your like a finalist run, but
For sure.
even then, Thrill is a card that sometimes escapes the ranges of people's thoughts in any moment.
Yeah, it's a weird one.
All right, mobilize
alright,
Scryers
so-
again to start.
Yeah, pretty good start for Sivir. Reasonable start for Diana, though it's not nothing special. You just have a few point scoring machines here.
Sure. Yeah. Interesting thing that I like to do in this matchup, if you have the acceptable losses or even find it off this stack deck, is you just rip it, kill the Scryer's Bloom. You can just gain
Yeah.
a lot of equity, not letting them see deeper. And then you save the turn to dusts are the cards that you're keeping around to actually deal with the Auroras later. Some people side out the acceptable losses in the matchup. I've found sometimes it is okay to keep, because even if Sivir just deramps in response here, it's like kind of okay.
Yeah. I want to point out something that the Diana player did not do is they could have played stack deck during their showdown where they took over Targon's Peak using the Diana Legend.
Yeah.
So that's a little optimization that you want to look out for.
I will say a nice pickup different than the last game. The Tide Turner was the other 2-drop. Merchant being the other 2-drop is a pretty massive difference. The filtering is so important in this matchup. It's really a small subset of cards in your deck that are actually relevant here. Like really, it's just you're looking for Starcrossed, you're looking for Turn to Dust, and then at some point you're gonna want like big units to slam like the Hui. But yeah, really just trying to be able to filter out any of the irrelevant cards and find exactly what you need to deal with the Aurora.
Okay, so there's a couple more acceptable losses fodder pieces
It will
laid out.
go here. I'll
Scored a
discard,
2. Discard Moonfall.
Moonfall,
Yep, that is one of the
Pass Focus,
cards that you can't really side out, but isn't that useful on average in the matchup. So being able to cycle
Yeah,
to something
the-
else.
The amount of cards that get blanked by your opponent only playing Elder Dragon is pretty pretty huge.
Yeah, like you'll find edge cases where that Moonfall is like a useful card, but right now you are in the stage of the game that is if this card does not say Starcrossed or Turn to Dust, like kind of don't want it. And there we have an acceptable losses. So
Yeah,
this is an opportunity that you could make a gold as Sivir, because currently on even runes. But that would, well, it actually would be kind of reasonable in this spot.
Yeah,
Make a
I think
gold.
that the server player just doesn't know about that play.
Just gonna Turn to
okay.
Dust this as well. This to me reads as Fizz in hand. Just or I mean second Turn to Dust of course, but getting one in the graveyard early is actually kind of good if you have Fizz or you feel like you have enough draw to get to Fizz, because like Sivir is on even runes, so at 10 runes you can play Sabotage, take your turn to dust, and then jam the Aurora, and that would send it to the bottom of the deck. But in this case, you actually have the turn to dust in the bin, so if they Sabotage you, they can't take the Fizz. They play the Aurora, and then you just play Fizz, turn to dust the Aurora.
Yeah, so well set up there, and then what's going to happen is Aurora will come down and play Mind Splitter. And
Yep, and take the Fizz. Yep. Or you just play the Mind Splitter on 7, right? Yeah. It's the thing is like you can't play around both, right? You almost have to pick and choose one. So I don't hate like playing Turn to Dust to just like kill off a Scryer's Bloom to slow down the find of Aurora anyways, especially with Fizz in hand. But yeah, I mean sometimes you just get splittered and it's like, all right, well that sucks.
I think the fact that the Splitter got played does indicate to some degree that there's no Aurora, and that Scryer's Bloom looking at the next 3 cards was going to be helpful.
Yep. And so still with a Hui in hand, Hui is going to be really good at dealing with these slower games from Sivir. If she doesn't play for the Aurora and actually just plays big units, Hui just beats all of them. Like beats Sivir, beats Mind Splitter, right? Even if they like ramp to a Baron, Hui has a lot of opportunity to just beat Baron. In these games where it's not just an Aurora game where you're just playing around the Aurora, Hui is insane. Plus, he's going to dig you to those extra turn to dust, those extra fizzes that you're going to need to deal with it later.
It'd be kind of nice if the Diana player had a Baron this game.
Yep.
But maybe it will be a turn too slow.
Sabotage.
Okay, another look at the hand. Starcross, pretty obvious take.
Yeah, although both cards do a decent job against Elder Dragon triggering once. And it's going to be too slow to get a second Elder Dragon trigger, but are they at 10 runes now?
10.
Yeah, so that means that there can be a hard cast Elder Dragon coming next turn.
Yeah, so the flash will matter. I mean, Starcross, of course, is a better answer, but flash is an answer that works. Tide Turner would be another card that would be a good answer. I'm curious what the extra card picked up here is, or if it was just the only unit. It's probably the only unit forces the discard.
Yeah, I think probably Tide Turner was drawn for turn, and then that allowed the Hui to go and attack the Mind Splitter.
And then notably,
if you don't draw another unit, you just have to discard Tide Turner.
Yeah, notably no move on the Merchant, so maybe liking the cards in hand then.
Yeah, makes sense. So yeah, now it's too late to play Elder Dragon. Actually, that's not quite true.
No, it's true.
We know about there's a flash, right?
Yeah,
so yeah, Elder Dragon getting played would just mean flash and then score 2 points and it's over.
Yep.
So what you really need is Aurora plus Flurry of Blades.
Correct. Yeah. And even one Flurry doesn't. Oh yeah, one Flurry doesn't win. Actually, you need more than that because.
No, it would.
You're right.
You
could
the
wipe
three
the
guys
targets
on the battlefield.
Yep.
But you could actually play around that by flashing in response to the Aurora trigger.
Yes.
And then you would have 3 units in base after one of them gets killed, and then you could go one at a time to each battlefield, and Flurry of Blades can only stop one conquer.
Yeah, you're right.
And then discard.
Flashing out seems fine considering the Sivir was played, so Aurora can't come down.
Sivir is trying to kill this.
Triggered on tap.
Yeah. You discarded a spell, so
Shouldn't
Sivir
there be some runes tapped?
There are. It just it's like kind of buggy looking. He like tapped some of the runes that are in the middle of his rune pile. You can see them like
I see.
Yeah, but you see the like 6 out of 10.
Yeah.
3. I'll attempt to Starcross. This.
The borderless runes are making it hard to tell which ones are tapped in the middle there.
Yeah, so just gonna Starcross that back in response to the Gust. This is the Aurora-less games from the Purple Aurora decks are pretty trivial for Diana to win. In most, I have seen pretty rare cases where Diana can't find a win against them, and usually it comes down to a Baron that was played and like 0 Hui's found. and that can like lead to a potential loss. But it's actually like hard to lose these as Diana when the Aurora is not found.
For sure. Yeah,
That's good.
I mean, these games are why the Aurora deck doesn't have,
Recycle
you know,
the ring.
90% win rate against
Yeah, of
everything.
course. Yeah.
Targon's peak trigger and pass.
Cool.
So presumably this should be an easy swing, discard a unit.
Raven Bloom.
I mean,
Yeah, there's
punch
gonna
first.
have to be-
Is there an answer to punch first?
Yep.
Doesn't need to be.
Okay.
This doesn't need to be an answer to punch.
Boom. Boom. Pass focus.
Nice job.
Good job. Good job.
Yeah, game 3.
All right, so we've seen both sides of the Aurora deck. We saw the turn 3 Aurora, you're dead, you have no chance, and we saw the I never drew Aurora the entire game.
Yeah. Now the what's the third option? I get a turn 4 Aurora is the
Yeah,
the
turn
third option?
4, turn
Yeah.
5.
Yeah, the late Aurora. I also think the late Auroras are like heavily favored for Diana to get there, but 'cause she's just fast enough. But
Every turn that you have Aurora in play matters so much. So if you're one turn late on it, that's, you know, you're down by 3 of their units dying, 2 points, and a 10 power unit in play, or 10 might unit in play. So it's a big difference.
well, it is like one of the reasons that I think that this Aurora deck ended up being closer to. I don't know that if I want to say B tier. Maybe it is B tier. It depends how you stack your tiers, basically. But closer to a B tier deck than to the S tier deck that a lot of people thought it would be. And that's because, like, yes, they mostly win when they turn 3 Aurora, but they pretty much always lose when they don't. Or at least, you know, there's certain matchups where turn 4 is enough. But, like, you know what I mean? Like, against some of the best decks, you kind of need the turn 3. And then even if you do hit it that early in some of the post-boarded games, you actually still lose. So it's not like as much of a guarantee as I think a lot of people were originally thinking it would be, especially against these purple decks. I think Diana is like the best example of like, I will still beat your turn 3 Aurora, provided the right cards are there.
Yeah, I agree with you. The amount of how bad it feels to lose to this Aurora deck it doesn't quite match how strong the deck actually is.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it is definitely not a very fun deck to lose to when it's like rolling you and you're like, oh, yes, your third Elder has hit the board and I have a Stupefy and I have a Merchant and that is my hand.
Yeah, I think like the fun part about Riftbound is like these back and forth games where you have all these like combats that are decided by who had one more trick, and like this Aurora deck doesn't have any of that. It's just you win or lose by so much that, you know, it feels like either you never had a chance or they never had a chance.
Yeah. So gonna start out mobilize again early, finds Pack of Wonders this time. So Pack in Sivir, I think this is a bit less common. I feel like I see a lot more of the Pack Trove in MF, but sometimes it's like the one of Pack in Sivir that is used to just like either wiggle a Mind Splitter later in the game or can still just find some early value.
Yeah, or you can even replay an Elder Dragon with it if the game goes long enough.
Yeah, if that's your game state, that can happen.
There you go. That's what. You see it now?
No.
Yeah, I think Pack was fairly common like
It says
maybe a
reveal
month and a
all
half
top
ago
right,
in these
I think.
decks.
Yeah. It was a big tech from Ollie was the sideboard Pack plus Annie for the, I believe it was for the mirror. It was purple Annie plus the Pack to just keep getting spells back.
Good.
Yeah, I actually sat next to Ollie playing against Alan ZQ in Hartford, and he did have the Annie in his deck.
Against
post-board,
Diana.
Against Diana.
Interesting.
And then at one point he hit the Annie off Aurora, and he was not happy about that.
I guess let's see what we're working with.
Well, yeah, I mean, that was my thing with the Annie was like, I get it in some of the slow matchups where it doesn't matter if you like see her off Aurora and then you just like wiggle her with Pack to keep getting whatever spells you need, but against Diana, it seems like a pretty fast deck, but it is an invert timelines in this Diana build.
Wow. I kind of can't believe that's what was taken.
I also can't. There is a Starcrossed in this hand.
Yeah, the Starcrossed Fizz situation is the thing you were talking about last game, where if you don't, you haven't used the hate card by the time the sabotage comes down, you can recycle it, and then the Fizz doesn't have access to it. And then what the invert timeline's being taken says to me is I have a roll in my hand, I'm about to play it next turn. But like, if you just don't take invert timelines, you think they're going to play invert timelines when you didn't sabotage it and their hand has 6 cards and yours has 3? I don't think so.
Yeah, I think it's like very illegal for them to play invert in this spot.
Yeah. So I think even if like, if like, if they could see your hand, they would play the invert. Like they're just, they can't play it in that spot, so you don't have to take it.
Yeah.
And yeah, here's the Aurora.
And you'd still be going 4 cards deeper anyway. You might find like another Aurora, right? Like you might find whatever cards you need if they invert, and they're gonna hurt like a very strong hand because you saboed into seeing like a very powerful hand, right? Like this is Starcross Fizz. Like, do you want to invert away your Starcross Fizz against an Aurora deck? Like, I never would.
Right. Okay, so the Tide Turner gets bounced. I think I would have actually liked to see the Merchant get played to the Abandoned Hall and the Tide Turner go back to base. And then you can bounce the Tide Turner.
Yeah, and get everything home.
Have nobody out of battlefield, yeah.
I also would have considered, I mean, this still gets you a card deeper, but I would have even considered pivoting Diana with the Tide Turner as a replay in this spot to try and predict one deeper. But also, I do think with no immediate answer to the next Elder coming down outside of Fizz on the following turn, I do think hiding a Tide Turner here to protect one of your units is also very valuable.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'll hide that there.
You are gonna be facing 9 runes available and an Elder Dragon, or 10 runes even. So, like, a Sivir can come down next turn. Are these both Tide Turners?
I'm gonna assume double Turner, and then if... Yeah, okay, so... The problem with this is, and sometimes you have to do this as Diana, but the problem is Aurora pulling Elder and then actually having Blade Flurry is a very big problem here. Because you're still going to end up like losing everything.
Yeah, I'll move.
Yeah, it seems like this one is in the books to me, but we'll see. Maybe the Aurora player has a bunch of Elder Dragons in their hand, and this is not going to work out.
Yeah, or they hit 1 Splitter, 1 Elder, or they have no Blade Flurries. No Blade Flurry is like very manageable here.
One.
Reveal.
Yeah, so save Hui as one of the targets.
Over here to go here. A draw.
This seems slightly inaccurate if you wanted to try and save Diana.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Diana is actually better than the Merchant, though.
That is a really fair point. I think. Yeah, save the Merchant now, right? Wait again.
Yeah, I would think so. Okay, so they just want another Hui trigger.
Yeah, but the Merchant trigger is basically the same in this spot. I mean, it's not exactly, right? Hui can discard another spell, and basically get you +1 card, get you even deeper. And I guess he really wants to look for like double Turnidust, maybe recognizing that he's probably losing his board anyway to another like Blade Flurry. That's a Baron.
That is huge. That gives the Diana a window to win here.
Yeah,
they can figure out a way through Baron.
That is if there is not a Blade Flurry available to kill off the Hui, because right now would be the best time. The problem is now it would have been better to use it earlier, because now you've opened a Showdown window, so there's just no Flurry, and that means with how many cards were drawn, there is a very real world that Hui gets big enough to just push over and end the game.
Yeah. All it takes is a couple units in hand and a Ride the Winds. Or,
I mean, Flash, Tide Turner, Ride the Winds. There's so many.
You can actually just move directly to the Baron Pit. So even just like play a few spells, send in both the Hui and the Tide Turner from Abandoned Hall.
Okay.
And then you can finish off with the Tide Turner from base.
Yeah. I mean, it's why this Baron card can be such a liability in these Aurora decks. If you're not clearing the board, if you're not getting this out earlier in the game, you're actually just reducing the clock, and Fizz gets to copy Early on, you can even use this just for safety. You could just bounce the Elder Dragon with the Starcross. Now, Blade Flurry doesn't even stop you. And Tide Turner bouncing allows you to just move the Hui an additional time.
That resolves. I'll tap 2.
Oh,
2.
I
would use the other Tide Turner, though, so you get the +1 on Abandoned Hall.
Resolve.
Yep.
Move him here.
It looks like maybe they
here.
figured that out.
Then I
Oh.
will.
No,
Wait,
he
what?
just...
You can't.
Wait.
You can't do this.
Yeah,
You can't play Tide
yeah.
Turner to the Abandoned Hall. When you have
yeah,
no
that's
unit there.
not how that works.
And then.
That's
Alright,
not
well,
how that works.
Here, go here, draw.
Okay, but he didn't even get any triggers from the Abandoned Hall, so this was
Yeah,
exactly
it
the
seems
same
like it
as
doesn't
playing it
matter
at base.
at all.
So
13 to 12.
So it's 13 to 12. That's gonna do it, I think, unless there's a punch first.
and there's the
Oh.
tapped rune. I mean,
Stack deck.
That's
okay,
Stack
well,
deck, that's not it.
yeah, stack does
Wow.
not do it.
The Baron just absolutely betrayed the Sivir player here. It's
Good.
pretty unfortunate to have a card like that in your deck
Good game,
against a player who's going to be at 5 points when you trigger your
Good.
Aurora.
Yeah, I mean, and this is again, look, this is the problem with the Baron.
Yeah, Baron,
The
honestly, I wanted
Baron in
to-
general
I
is
was like, oh, no, what am I supposed to do? I was like, 'cause
good for
Starcross,
this
like,
matchup,
target
right?
me,
It's like
oh, no,
helpful to
Yeah,
be
but
able
I
to
mean, you had to
play
have power
games where you
to
don't
get
find your
your
Aurora,
If I-
or
if
when
I
you see it
played
off the very
Riftbound,
first
I was
Aurora
like,
trigger,
oh,
like
different,
pre-Hui,
like, oh, yeah,
from the
no,
side of
so,
Diana, but Hui just
but I
beats
accept the
up
losses,
Baron
like,
so
that's
heavily
why
that it
it's
is
the
like
game really good.
incredibly difficult to
GGs.
actually
GG.
win from there, right? Like it is just like you're feeding additional points. I've had spots where I'm able to win the game against Aurora players in this a very similar fashion, where it's like they have double Aurora out. There's no way you're winning if it goes a couple extra turns, and then they flip a Baron off the top, and you're like, oh, all right, cool, all right, thanks,
Yeah,
GG.
that one I think was a deck construction error. That Baron, I mean, it does. It sounds like you were saying like the 3 Baron build is tough for Diana to win against, but yeah, I don't know. I think that the downside of feeding them an extra point when they have a Hui on board is pretty significant.
Oh, it's better in game 1. Yeah, it's the game 1 3 Barons that they were playing in Hartford that Ollie had in Hartford. It was good for the Diana
see.
matchup. But I
Yeah,
think
that makes sense.
after that, and I also think it's a liability when it's like more of a mix like that. As you saw, if it's one Baron that comes down and then all these Elders get star-crossed, if instead these 2 Elders that got bounced were both other Barons, suddenly this becomes like a little bit harder to actually have managed against. But even then, Hui is a bully. He bullies the worm.
Yeah.
So easy enough. That is
Nice.
round 2. We do have a backup match for round 2. We'll jump into that in progress. Good old trusty Ezreal as a backup match, always going to do us a good service of going late into the round. So we'll jump in to our backup match. You have it ready, right? Yeah, we good? We'll go in. Okay, we're moving there in just a sec. It is going to be Anz at MTG. That is Anu going up against Ripples. We'll see who won the first game whenever we get a chance to get an update on it. But this
Wow.
matchup should be
are you-
Ezreal favored, right? Oh, wait.
Are you seeing this deck?
That's my
We've seen
deck.
3 cards from this LeBlanc, and there's a Hui and a Smoke and Mirrors.
This
among
is
them.
my deck. Oh my
This
god.
is your deck?
Yes, this is well, look, not to sit like anybody can build this version. It's not mine. I don't own the intellectual property of playing Hui and Smoke and Mirrors in a deck. But the first video I made this set was a LeBlanc video for Unleashed where I brewed Smoke and Mirrors Hui LeBlanc, and it is like the most fun deck ever. It's like Blue LeBlanc Champ Zone. This deck is super fun. And it's not bad. It's actually like a solid deck. It's probably worse than the other version, and it was made way worse when they made it so that Azir can't pull your reflections. The deck was way better
Yeah.
when Azir could pull your reflections, and in Vendetta he'll be able to. So at least that was what was said on the original post when they said he couldn't. So
Yeah, that
Yeah.
rule is very goofy.
Did you just say
but yeah, I love this. This is it's so much fun. Hui is so good in this deck. The reflections are really powerful. You move in, you conquer onto Starspring, you play a 2-drop, you move the copy back, and then you conquer the other side. It can be, you can get 2 unit discards off that, and Hui does like an insane amount of might. He's crazy in this deck. Problem is this version is way weaker into purple than the other version is, if you could imagine that, because you're just even more susceptible to getting star-crossed. But you're better into Gust, which is actually a boon.
Sure. Is it you seeing that Dr. Mundo discard?
Yes,
is that
that's part of
the
my deck.
plan
This
too?
might actually be my exact deck.
Love it.
Yep.
That's great. I've never seen anything like this before.
Yeah. So Mundo's part of it. You fill your discard so fast between LeBlanc and Hui that Mundo ends up being massive, and then you can just copy Mundo for the end game. And because you play both Hillock and Starspring, you can pretty much always pivot your Mundo. So he's basically just like this 20 might monster in like 90% of games that will just win your end game unless it's a purple deck that's gonna bounce him.
Yeah.
And if he's bad, you discard him because you're LeBlanc and with Hui, so you have so many discard effects that it doesn't matter if he's bad.
Yeah, that's kind of the same logic behind the stock version with the hooks and the harness dragons and whatnot.
Yep. Yeah, so I mean, this is really cool for me to see somebody playing my deck. I'm very curious if they either just brewed this themselves or if they actually went and grabbed my LeBlanc list and decided to play it in our tournament.
Yeah.
But it makes me happy to
very
see
cool.
it, right? Like I really am. I love this deck. It's something I will experiment with in Vendetta because I get the ability to play the Azirs again and then actually like pull the copies. But I don't know how good it actually is because I stopped working on it when they stopped the Azir thing, so I didn't really refine it. It's pretty much in its like beta state of like I just built this idea.
I'm going to move
Yeah.
the other way to base.
And they've got the Lilia Faithon, which is
Yes.
a classic pairing with Smoke and Mirrors.
Yep. Yeah, it's really nice. It's good with Starspring and Hillock as well. And when you copy her, like you conquer her, Hillock with her, copy her and run her over to the other side, you now have like 6 and 3 might defending on both sides. It's pretty powerful.
I'm going to get rid of Salvage.
Yeah, she does some cool stuff.
Salvage discarded when there's a Pack of Wonders in play. That's interesting.
Yeah, one thing I didn't end up solving with this deck was getting enough runes. You often get a ton of cards because of like double Hui setups and Smoke and Mirrors. Sometimes it's hard to actually play all your cards out. And that's one that was something I wanted to continue to improve.
Yeah, I guess you don't play Karthus and the birds.
Not Karthus, but you do play the bird. Like you play the birds and you play the other ramp card as well, so you can still just get a little bit more. Because they're just like commonly discard fodder for your Hui, or they're just give you early game plays regardless that are gonna ramp you to some of your bigger units. But...
Okay, here goes Ezreal terrorizing the backline with Bellows Breath.
Yeah, no fun allowed. Anu gonna Bellows Watcher kill everything.
Yeah, another Watcher.
Play another Watcher to kill your backline.
This one is not accelerated, so Anu does not care about scoring both sides. He's probably just going to go to
on
the Starspring and kill the Lilia, and then just leave the Hui copy alone to die in the beginning phase.
Yep. So respond with the sacrifice. That seems reasonable.
Yeah, and then
That was another way to get some ramp, was sacrifice to just respond to removal spells, because you often had like an influx of extra cards, so if you can't answer it in any other way, at least this will get you
all good.
a little bit more.
The last thing I'm gonna do is
So I don't know what this LeBlanc deck is capable of, but do you think this game is winnable from that side?
Well, this is a horrible matchup for this LeBlanc deck. Like I was saying, it's like even worse into purple than the normal version, even though it's like better into Gust. It's just like way worse into bounce effects and less resilient to board wipes. So Ezreal is like pretty brutal because your units don't have death knells to like leave a bunch of things on the board when they die. They just die. You're just like stronger at. You don't fall over to decks like holding against you, right? Like you run into that problem with the death knell builds, where like decks hold against you and you can never get on board. This deck has no problem getting on board, right? Like it has Watcher, it has Hui is massive. Like you're never having an issue getting onto board. It's just a problem of like, what do you do when you're getting board wiped? And often the answer is cry, and that's about it.
Tap 2 to play.
Yeah,
Watchful
and Dr.
Sentry.
Mundo would be 22
Yep.
might by himself at this
Yep.
point.
Yep, and it keeps you from burning out if you're drawing too much, which is technically possible in this deck.
Fair.
But this, I mean, it's, you said, is it winnable? I would say when I look at Ezreal going to 11 runes with this grip of cards, my bet is no. But there are still a lot of cards available for LeBlanc and already at 5 points. So it just takes a couple of turns like this where Ezreal has to tap out to deal a bunch of damage and pressure, and you just accelerate from hand and score 2 points. And that happens 2 more times, and LeBlanc actually wins. And there are watchers, there's mirror image, there are ways to do this, right? It is not out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah, and if that card is a hidden blade, then
Oof,
like
this is a lot.
there's not a ton Ezreal can really do about
I
that,
said my deck was weird. I didn't say it was bad.
unless they have hard bargain.
Yeah. Ripples is making me really want to revisit this deck in Vendetta. I just love it. It is just like, it is my pet deck. It is so fun. And I'm just like,
That's
oh,
nice.
I miss her.
Yeah, love seeing your pet deck do well.
And we don't even know if this is doing well. It looks like it lost game 1 and it might lose game 2 against Ezreal, but it's just like, it's doing the thing, right? It's doing the thing it's supposed to do, which is like play very powerful blue cards and get additional value from them because you copy them.
Yeah, I mean, it sort of looks like there's
All right, I'm gonna
a chance that LeBlanc can win this game.
pass focus here.
Okay, this is not a good sign though.
Yeah, hidden cards are either Hidden Blade or Smoke and Mirrors. Technically, there's like probably was like a one of wages in the early version.
just watch your stuff.
Yeah.
And I think I saw that
so
discarded
pass
earlier.
focus,
So
and then how do we end the showdown without?
If you just get rid of
Okay.
the Watcher, it will automatically
So-
end it.
Anu just offered the trade of Watchers and it was accepted.
Great.
I think that seems fine.
Yeah, I'd be pretty thrilled with that if I was LeBlanc.
Yeah.
Because now Anu's going to have to probably use a card to deal with this Watchful Sentry, and then you'll be able to Hidden Blade it, draw 3, and maybe figure something out from
Yeah.
there.
So top 5.
The thing I'm really glad that
Recycle.
Ripples has though is this Star Spring, by the way, because in the initial video I didn't have Star Spring, and then literally like a day after I released the video I was like, hey, you should all put Star Spring in instead of the the Duskrow slab that I had.
Wow,
With a
Angler
Hidden
Beast.
Blade
That's
on
that's a sick one.
Sentry.
Angler Beast is very
Okay,
funny,
I'm
but
gonna
that is the
respond
Hidden
with
Blade, so
Dust
3 more
on the
cards.
Sentry.
And this
Okay.
denies
Yeah.
all 3 of the cards.
Yeah,
It's
that
a
gust
really
is
good use of
brutal.
Gust.
Yep.
Okay, and then nothing comes from this, and then I'll play 1.
I think
2,
like that's
Yeah, it's
vaguely okay though for
Vex. All right,
Ripples. Like
that's
it's
fine.
not ideal. Like obviously you would rather have drawn the 3 cards, but the grip is still full, and Anu just tapped out again. If there is another accelerate, like you can go to 7, replicate the previous
So-
turn.
What do I want
The
to
Accelerate in question would be what? Mirror Image?
Another Watcher or Mirror Image, yeah.
Yeah, Watcher does not feel especially efficient to use right now, but
No, I agree.
maybe you got to do what you got to do. But I don't know. I think I maybe would prefer just to see like a Dr. Mundo plus a Watchful Sentry get played.
That would be very good. I do think
Yeah.
if it is exactly the list, though, it's probably one of Dr. Mundo, and we did see it get discarded.
I see, that's a shame.
Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah.
What is that card?
Oh
Is that
yeah,
LeBlanc?
baby. I've cut these since, but I'm so happy. This is Kaisa Evolutionary. So
Oh, let's go.
yeah, and she has ganking. She has ganking. So
Oh my god.
so this is gonna conquer, and then she's gonna be able to play a spell. And then she can gank, copy it and gank over and go to 7. Oh, yes! Sam, you're seeing my beauty! My monster! That I...
Kaisa Evolutionary is really nice.
Yeah.
These stats.
So this is why I went spell heavy with Hui. A lot of the units are really expensive. That's why I told you the runes was my issue, right? Like I was running into a few small issues with the deck. It was really close to being just like sick. And it was just missing a few little things, but this is going to give an extra copy of a spell, and then you get to recycle it to put spells back in the deck. Even something like just Stupefy to draw a card is fine here. I don't know exactly what's in the bin right now, but you can even copy things like Mirror Image, which can just create even more just junk on the board. And it looks like that's the decision. That's tapping really low on runes, so I'm a little bit dubious of this copy.
Yeah, how are we getting 2
Yep.
points
That's crazy.
next turn?
Yeah, I don't know about the last 2 points here, but this is 2 more
guess
spells.
the-
Is there... What spells are
If
they
you
getting?
can
This gonna be
conquer-
sacrifice?
I will move both over to the other.
So,
battlefield.
I mean, like these temporary Kaisas are pretty big. They're gonna do a decent job keeping Anu off these battlefields unless he has like another Watcher or something.
Yeah.
And then I guess all you need to do is conquer one side with the Kaisa and you can
Conquer, I
play
will do
Yeah.
damage.
two Blue Kaisa effects.
This gives me so much joy.
Wish I had like a cold week or something.
This is sick. Kaisa Evolutionary
didn't.
going off is not
I'm
something you
just
see every day,
saying, I'll
but
be honest.
it certainly fits here.
All right, Sam, if you want to help me finish cooking this deck, you know, I'll hit you up. I'll hit you up.
All right.
I needed to work on it for Vendetta anyway, because I did say I wanted to play it when Azir finally was able to be his true power in the deck.
On
Yeah, a couple stupefies just to
your
draw.
Angler beasts, just to draw 2.
Yeah, sounds good.
So the spells that she's played are supposed to get recycled, right? I feel like they've
Yes,
gone
they
back to
are.
the
They are supposed to be
trash.
recycled.
We'll see if they get that sorted out.
Yeah. I was curious if they had been to Singularity earlier. There was previously like a Singu in the main for the Diana matchup, and I was curious because that would have actually been a reasonable copy here. Even
That
though it
would have been
just
so
sends you
nasty.
the Stone Age as far as runes are concerned, it just like completely clears the board.
Yeah, I think if you have that, you're definitely doing it. So Anu really needs to, I would say, get rid of the Kaisa on Aspirant's Climb somehow and stick both his units there.
Let us play a stack deck.
It's not really that easy to do that. Like maybe you can eclipse it
All good there?
and then conquer with the Angler Beast, but Anu's in a tough position here. He's going to need
Right.
probably some way to get rid of the Kaisa in the back line too. Otherwise, we're going to see the
resolve this.
empty side get conquered and
1,
then
2, 3.
2 more Kaisas are coming at
This,
you.
play
So
Star-Crossed, and I will
There's the
bounce
Star-Crossed.
okay, there's yeah. So but does that have to get into the Aspirant's Climb, or I guess you can
copy and
just
my
bounce the
Angler Beast.
Kaisa and then say
Okay.
your units are
Copy just should
Oh, he didn't
temporary. You're
bounce
not going
the
to have anything.
real one.
And then
I mean, I
will
assume he just
Yeah.
has a way to deal with the real one.
Yeah.
3 for Fizz.
Yeah.
a
Okay. Fizz.
power,
Okay,
another
is
power.
Star-Crossed.
And then
And you just get the
Recycle
Vax
my-
apathetic into the battlefield, and
recycle
now
my Star-Crossed.
now LeBlanc is locked
to
out
bounce
of
this
actually
one in
getting those
base.
last 2 points from hand.
The Fizz.
We'll have to actually develop and win that way, which is going to be really hard against Israel.
Focus.
Yep. You do have plenty of time here. The
Okay,
Ezreal's only at
restore.
1 or 2 points here. 2 points. So, yeah, if you can develop
Okay,
some
trash
stuff and
row.
then not have it get killed, then you're in pretty good shape.
And then
It's crazy. The
Star-Crossed.
Mundo discard is maybe going to be a problem.
Yeah,
It is.
Although,
If I remember correctly, it is the only way to recycle outside of Kaisa in this deck.
oh, I don't really imagine burnout is going to be an issue here.
How many Hueys are left as well? I mean, Hui is going to be another way to try and close out this game.
Yeah, and the problem with developing Kaisa here is you really want 2 units to be able
Okay,
to
so
threaten going to
only one Hui
multiple
gone.
sides.
Also, I just realized I did not recycle both stupefies that were in my trash. So I'm gonna do that now if that's okay.
Oh, yeah, you're good.
It looks like they're
Okay, so
fixing
they
the
just- they-
recycles.
Yeah, they got the stupefies.
It's gonna be
These two, the grips of cards are crazy, by the way. There's so many cards on both sides.
3, 4.
Yeah. Okay,
Either
Lilia is
Lilia.
an accelerate unit. That's a little interesting as the one you decide to develop here. I guess that means there's probably no 5-drop
Yeah.
available.
I guess the Huiz are just kind of at the bottom of the deck.
We'll play.
Now, is this going to be some
gonna
kind of Bellows
recycle-
Breath? Maybe with a Stupefy?
Recycle, stupefy.
Okay.
So recycle.
Yeah. It seems really difficult to get on board with Fizz getting Pack of Wonders bounced.
Yes. Wait. Oh, yeah, for Stupefy.
Yeah.
You're tapping Ezreal.
So you said tap in Ezreal, sorry?
Okay, it looks like that was just a
okay.
Stupefy first. Off the Fizz.
Right. And then, oops.
Oh, and now it's the Angler Beast
Yeah,
coming back
Angler
down
Beast.
to bounce everything.
Yeah.
I'll bounce those.
I would,
And then 1, 2, 3.
if Anu
I'll
taps out,
play-
there is a very real win here.
Witching Spirit and make you discard a card.
Hidden Blade Accelerate.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hidden Blade Accelerate the Lilia is.
I'm going to draw.
I mean, he's got 1 up, so Gust is a play that just kind of escapes that.
That's
Alright, your turn.
true. Yeah, if there's no Gust, it would have been probably good to just play the Angler Beast to the Aspirant's Climb. Play around that.
But yeah, I mean, if there's no Gust, there is in theory a win right here. Just depends on the hand, and there's just so many cards. I mean, that have been seen.
Yeah, it would not be shocking at all if Ripples does have that. I mean, all they need that we haven't seen is a Hidden Blade. They've seen almost their entire deck. So as long as they're running 3 Hidden Blades, then they like
Well,
are almost guaranteed to have one here.
it depends how
Yeah,
faithful
that
they are to
strategy
the
stops
original.
me from doing anything fun.
Because I believe there was only 1 or 2 Hidden Blades in the original.
I see. Yeah, well, we've seen 1 used already.
I think we're gonna pay for a Hui.
All right, there's Hui.
All right, and who's coming to go with Hui? Lilia, perhaps?
And a
Or we could see double 2-drop.
Yeah.
Nope.
Okay.
Lilia comes down.
I mean, we've certainly hit the
Um,
point of the game where Ezreal almost assuredly can clear anything that gets jammed.
Alright, let's start by.
Yeah. It's not a good spot to be in if you're the LeBlanc player.
Okay.
Now Ezreal's got 9 cards in hand
On the Lilia.
and 11 or 12 runes.
All good there?
That's pretty rough.
Okay.
All right, so how about a
and
Deadly Flourish and a Bellows Breath?
3. I'm going to play Star-Crossed on.
Starcross
Just
works.
a Star-Crossed.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're bouncing Angler Beast and Hui, and then we're going to replay
So
Angler
I
Beast to bounce
will
Lilia,
Draw a card with Ezreal.
keeping the Vex
and I will
lock going
replay
as long as there's no Hidden Blade to kill her.
This.
Are we going to see the Bewitching Spirit get reused with the pack, or is that
That's
too
true.
much? No.
No,
that's
not
too
sure.
much.
Yeah.
So Anu's got some interaction that he's keeping up. Maybe that Gust you were talking about.
The updated version doesn't actually solve any of this, but one of the things that I was trying after I couldn't play Azir was actually Zero Drive in this
Option.
to resummon all these like
Is that
accelerate
the-
and stuff.
yeah.
Yeah.
That would be pretty good in any deck against this Ezreal.
Yeah. It just brings everything back, but
Checkmate.
doesn't help against the bounces and it doesn't help against the Vex.
Well, I don't know. I mean, you could just put, 6 units into play out of nowhere. Like that
That's-
would help against anybody.
That's fair, yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you summon just a couple Watchers, a couple Huiz, all at
Yeah,
once.
Let me read the zero drive. It's... Yeah, so you do have to equip it
We're just gonna play out a bunch of units.
preemptively to
Yes.
everything you think might die. So it's probably not easy to actually get that many units under there.
Yeah, it's tough.
Make you figure it out, because my brain hurts.
Yeah. All right.
Fairly
let's
easily.
go back up to 7.
All right, so now there's 3 units developed. This is we're slowly making progress, but the time is running out.
Let's see. 1,
Yeah,
Next
this
turn
is-
the turn you really got to do something.
This is the last turn, so unless this hand is air, which it is probably too many cards to be air.
Yeah, I mean, at a minimum, we know that the
Um,
pack could be used on Fizz to replay that Star-Crossed and get rid of Hwei.
Hwei -2.
Or you can use the list on Lilia and replay the
Uh,
Angler
Bounce
Beast.
the list.
Okay.
Replay the list. Give Hwei
Okay.
-2.
List pack, I mean, Bellows.
Yeah, Bellows would be good here.
Bellows Stupefy, and then just everything's dead.
And we see those blue runes getting tapped. I think that probably means Bellows
I'm
is
going
happening.
to repeat Bellows Breath to deal 2 to everything.
And yeah, Stupefy pretty much
Hwei dies.
closes it out here.
Honest broker.
No!
dies. Lilia has 3 damage on it.
I'll draw Ezreal.
Yeah. I mean, this is kind of what it is with this this version. It's
Wonders.
exactly
Nice.
what I
Bounce this, and
expect from
then
this LeBlanc
kill
list. It's
the-
really explosive. It's really powerful. It has issues against purple and getting
thing,
locked out of the
and so this
game
is on free.
with Vex Apathetic and just with
then
overall bounces and removal. But it does some very cool
yeah, I'm
things.
just gonna
It can
ship back to
really
you.
surprise you with how much it can actually accelerate. If this Vex wasn't here, it can really just like
Yeah.
grab those points from you at the end of the game.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
yeah, it's really hard to hold against because it does just present a lot of might as well. So it's a cool
There's
stuff.
still time for a Hidden Blade to win the game here.
Yeah, it's what Hidden Blade, Stupefy, Mirror Image, Rift Herald. That one's not. That's not something I had.
All right.
Games.
Good games, buddy. Wow, that was stressful.
Yeah.
That's a new one.
That
That's
blowout,
tough.
just
So it looks like they
Mirror
took the list and
image
they
and-
started
anything.
doing their own
accelerated the watcher and
iterations
maybe
on it, which is
and
cool.
then
I think
when you move
necessary
away,
as well, because like I said, it was very much a
Kaisa three, 4 times
V1
a turn, I was just like,
type of list.
Yeah.
So
it's
I
really
went a
cool
bit. I went a bit too hard with the blue Kaisa. There was no need to cast the mirror image out of the grave. I should have done something else, or maybe cast sacrifice to
to
draw
draw
more
on
and
ramp.
stay in.
yeah, cool to hear Ripple's talking about it. I also didn't agree with the mirror image out of the bin.
And the other ones died, and you bounced the one in base, and I just never recovered from that.
Gotcha. All right, I've
My
submitted the
thought.
results.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
To,
That's
and then, yeah.
I mean, I'm
Alright.
happy. My pet deck showed up that I thought everyone forgot about. Like this was it was literally first week of Unleashed. It was like I did a stream that was like theory crafting LeBlanc, and basically what happened was I did this stream, Sam, and I was like, okay, look, we've seen every single person brew a Karthus deck. Can we just sit here and brew something that's not a Karthus deck? Like I want to play something else, and this is what I built. It was the Smoke and Mirrors Hwei deck, and it was
Yeah.
super fun. It was really
I think
really
that's
fun.
a really good approach to building a deck, especially if you're trying to play it in an RQ. Like if you see everybody in the world is playing Karthus LeBlanc and you have some idea of how to build LeBlanc in a different way, like you put that together, and if your idea builds a good deck better than a Karthus LeBlanc deck, then you're the one who's going to win best of LeBlanc because everybody else is playing the bad
Yep.
version.
Yeah, if everyone was holding up Gus against me and I'm just like not even playing early game and jamming Hwei, and then they just have Gus in hand, I'm like, cool. All right. But yeah, that was very, very fun. Anu ends up taking it though on his Ezreal, the bully deck. Sam, you were talking about how good you think this deck actually kind of is right now. Kind of came out of not out of the woodwork. People knew Ezreal was good for a while, but it just has really shown that it actually can handle the meta quite well.
Yeah,
in recent time.
if you want to seriously exploit the Ezreal deck, you have to go to some pretty extreme lengths. Like you could play Lux combo or something.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
I don't know. I think a lot of people just don't have the stomach for that.
I don't want to do it.
Yeah.
It's not something that I want to do. All right, cool. So this is the deck list. This is what he's playing, or this is my list. I think this is Ripple's list. Okay, cool. Yes, this does look different. I see the Rift Heralds.
Yeah, I was looking for the Rift Heralds too. I couldn't find them, but I see them now.
Yeah, no, this is a bit different than what I was originally playing. This is a really cool Smoke and Mirrors way list. Is actually playing the Kaisa Evolutionaries. Does have the Duskro's Lab as the third one, which I think is a good third battlefield. Starspring Hillock, Duskro's Lab is fine. The other option would be to play the Foreboding Waste, I think is another reasonable one for the Duskro's Lab slot. And you could also just do Aspirant's Climb. I think this deck is actually a pretty good Aspirant's deck, all things considered.
Anybody who's trying to play 8 drops and draw cards off them for several turns is going to be happy to play a little bit longer game.
Yep. So it's pretty nice. I love to see someone cook in that way with the deck, even if they couldn't get there on that round. Yeah, that has to be my number one revisit for Vendetta because I get to play Azir in it again. And yeah, hey Sam, have you ever pulled a Hui with an Azir Sovereign? I bet you haven't, but it's very fun.
No, I've pulled a Hui with an Irresistible Fae Folk, but that's a little different.
Yeah, that's true. That is fair. That is a little different though. But cool to see that. And that is round 2 in the books. We got round 3 coming up. We're gonna just grab a very quick break. It should just be like a minute or so, and then we'll have the next round coming through. Sideways Showdown, CN versus the World. This is the World qualifiers. This is anybody not from the CN region qualifying to try and make it to that clash on July 25th, playing on Vendetta. So we're playing on Unleashed right now. Top 16 from this tournament will qualify into that to play against the top 16 from the CN qualifier. We have our first 2 rounds in the books, and we've already gotten to see some very fun deck lists. We got the Nightingale Vex, which is a bit different to your standard Vex deck list with his use of Vex Mocking and the Sterix Gauge. And then we got to see Ripples playing my LeBlanc Peru from the beginning of the set, but he's taken it and made it his own, made a lot of changes to it. But cool to see somebody with a very similar core to what I was liking early with the Hui, Smoke and Mirrors. Very fun stuff. But we're jumping into another set. This is set for round 3. We've got Nightingale back as he's playing against a Lucian. We had a Lucian at 2-0. Wanted to check that out. And it is going to be a quick start of just Mouser for Nightingale. And then just the Lucian from Champ Zone, which is very clear. Turn 2 standard from this deck list.
Yeah, I like the decision to go take the Forge here. Like, make sure Lucian doesn't get to use that.
Yeah, it can be insane. This game 1, I don't know if you felt this way, Sam, because I know you also have been a Lucian enjoyer. We both have played a lot of Lucian in tournament play. And I felt like my win rate in game 1 was pretty disgusting. Like, I felt like winning on Forward to the Fluffed, I was winning almost every single game. And I would find that in my series losses, it would be like game 2, game 3 post board that I would end up falling to a lot of these decks. And nothing could beat me on Forge. And like, I think it's hyperbole to say nothing can beat you on Forge, but I just feel like the power level of this deck on Forward to the Fluffed versus any other battlefield is like night and day.
Yeah, that was definitely how I felt when I played Lucian in Atlanta. I was basically counting on winning game 1 in every match and then sideboarding my 3 sabotages and hoping to beat their gear hate somehow in games 2 and 3. But definitely feeling a lot more behind in those games.
Yeah.
The matches I lost, I think, were mostly ones where I didn't get the game 1 win, and then I was, not able to get both sideboard games because those are a lot harder.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I will say, Nightingale's version with the extra stun cards, that's going to be an issue for Lucian. Certainly, you're playing one big unit and swinging it in. These extra stuns are going to cause a lot of problems. Turn 2 was just going to be a Kaisa, so it wasn't an extra gear developed yet, but I do like the Kaisa since you're bringing Lucian back anyway. Could find an extra draw on this Warrens, and a great way to beat this this deck from Nightingale will actually be to find combo and not have to interact with the Doom stack.
Yeah, absolutely. The Skyfall of Arion plus Trinity Force combo lets you score an extra point when you conquer, which can totally sidestep these hold races. So yeah, the Lucian player is for sure going to be trying to find that. The Zon Warrens will be very helpful in that regard, even though that's Vex's battlefield.
I will say, notably, this might not be combo. I feel like often we have seen either axe or combo. So if you have the axe, you are not playing the combo pieces. And seeing the Blighted Battle Axe here, while also a good card for Lucian, I think this is, it's +5. It's just a lot of might that you're getting. +4 baseline, +1 from Purifier.
This is a huge commitment here.
Yeah,
this is back off. The Kaisa is going to
die.
die. the Battle Axe is just going to eat the Kaisa if you don't have anything. I guess a Relentless Pursuit could get around that.
Yeah, Relentless Pursuit over to just the Warrens to get the Conquer and go home. It's reasonable, but it feels like a lot of resources getting used. But you are sidestepping everything as Vex Mocking does come in with the back off stun.
Yeah, or maybe like a longsword just to go on the Kaisa. Oh my god. Okay,
that seems like disaster.
Okay, the Battle Axe is freed, so the Lucian could attack for 8 here, but that would only kill the Vex Mocking. That doesn't sound great. So probably you're gonna just conquer Zon Warrens, regroup, try to figure something out for next turn.
Yeah, conquer, redevelop. I don't know that there's any 2-drops that are going to be exciting here. I mean, I would say a hopeful
Doran's Blade would be nice.
Yeah, Doran's Blade would work as well.
There's
There
a
is
Skyfall.
Skyfall. Okay, so it's
Yeah.
both. Axe
So
and
I will
combo.
say that I posted a video with Lucian
Go extra.
Yep.
a few days ago, and I had both the battle axe and the combo in my deck.
Oh, interesting. Okay. It's going to be a Pouty Poro as the extra develop here. But I would say discarding Skyfall either says additional Skyfall in hand or not playing towards the combo here on Warrens. But I think playing towards combo actually feels pretty reasonable in this spot going up against the Vex.
Yeah. I think for sure you're angling for the combo. So that almost certainly tells me that there's another Skyfall. Wow, the Vex feels like they cannot hold Forge. That is very surprising. Or I guess what else could it mean?
Yep.
Could mean that they believe
Forge.
that
Sure.
they want to fight over both battlefields next turn as an attacker. Okay, so this Poro gets equipped to play around Gust, presumably. It's going to have to conquer the Zon
Sure.
Warrens.
Warrens.
Though it doesn't make a ton of sense. Gust could have hit Lucian, so why equip?
I guess just to make the counter swing from Vex like much more difficult, right? Like at least force
but you
some
can
amount of material trade.
Yeah, you can just do the equip after you see what you draw from the Zon Warrens, though.
Yeah, fair.
So
that is
this-
valid.
Yeah, that's why I was a little confused. But yeah, putting the battle axe on the Poro definitely makes sense as a defensive piece. All right, so Lucian's ahead on points now. So that was what the Vex gave up by backing out of the Forge, as well as their Gloomist trigger. So they're going to have to figure out a way to score an extra point at some point here. It doesn't have to be right now. You could just occupy the Forge and then let the Battle Axe take care of this Poro for you.
Yeah, that is true. Unless there's a Gem Jammer or some other way to ready this Poro, it will just die next turn from not being able to conquer. Which I think is fine. The fact that there is the point lead, as you said, though, for Lucian does mean that Nightingale can't forever ignore Zon Warrens, right? Like, it has to be...
Yeah.
At some point, you have to go there. And the question is it better to go now or later? And, well, the answer seems to just be now. This is playing... Does this beat
Why
Punch?
is the Mouser here?
It ties Punch.
So it's 7 plus 4, 11 to tie Punch first. I mean, I feel like I would be pretty nervous to use a Punch first here, even if it was just Vex against Poro.
Yeah. I mean,
so,
this is like you
how I
get the
feel about
Mouser
this.
for quote-unquote free, right? Like, you don't actually get it for free, but you kind of get it for free here without having to use any resources from the side of Heimer. So I might be okay with that.
Yeah, if I was Heimer, I would be kind of happy to just not have my Poro getting totally eaten by Vex at this point. I'm happy to kill the Mouser, but what is this? Longsword? What is the point of Longsword? It doesn't do anything.
Longsword currently is getting you to kill Mouser and Vex.
I see. Yeah, sorry. In my head, the Mouser was a 3. But
Oh,
it's an
yes.
attacker.
Yeah.
All right, so we get a gold from the Pike,
Oh wait, yeah.
Yeah, you're good.
if we remember.
Yep.
Looks like it may not be remembered, but that is going to be a push in onto the Forge of the Fluffed.
Okay, so if you stick Vex Mocking into the Forge, then you're still kind of getting run over by whatever gets equipped, so maybe that's not worth doing. No. Oh, we're going to use our own
nice.
Forge. That's nice.
Now I'm trying to decide how good that is.
Hiding
Double
2
hide?
cards, I guess.
Yeah.
All right, well, we'll see what happens. If there's a switcheroo, that would be nice if the Lucian is the one that gets equipped, but if the Ruin Runner does, it'll be immune to that.
Yeah, and I think it's always the Ruin Runner, right? Into like these double hidden cards. You're just jamming all the might onto the Ruin Runner, shipping it in. You could send it
Yeah.
to Forge and then move the axe over to Lucian and have him go to the other side if you want to risk it. But there's also just a world
Yeah.
where you have like Relentless Pursuit and you can kind of just put everything on this wrecking ball of a Ruin Runner and just wipe out the entire board.
Yeah, that's true. The definitely the level 1 play would be to just equip both things to the Ruin Runner and go to the Forge. And then, like, probably whatever hidden card it is isn't going to stop you. And that is not at all what's happening.
I mean, now there's some danger. I don't know what is in hand for Lucian. Nothing was played ahead of time. If it's just
15
units,
total?
this is a disaster.
9.
Yeah, this is
Oh, shield 1.
not what you want to see if you're Lucian.
4 is 13. Yeah, 16 total.
16 total.
Um,
Okay.
Yeah, like I definitely would have preferred equipping both and going to the Forge, because then that enables you to use the Forge to then attack the other side as well. But
I mean,
it sort of seems like that wouldn't have worked very well either.
single punch verse isn't even helping in this spot. Like this is 16 might currently being presented into the 10, so it needs to be punch plus something to actually get over. And losing the camel is actually kind of disastrous in my mind. You actually really need this ability to beat the stuns, and camel is your only way to do so. It feels like a pretty loose attack into the hidden, like, you expect if the hidden cards come down, like, it's probably not just, like, switcheroo back off against a Ruin Runner, because that is very risky for Nightingale, in the sense that you would be just throwing away extra cards.
This explains why we didn't equip the other longsword, because there's not enough red. So now it's 13. That's enough to take both Vexes down, and
the punch gets there.
We're going in. This will be enough to clear this entire stack, which is a pretty good move. Okay, an extra card was drawn there for a second, but they put it back.
The other one was
TCG Arena?
Yeah, TCG Arena. Do you use a discard?
Okay, scores on Warrens.
So now is there a Relentless Pursuit to just basically end the game on the spot? I guess Defy can stop the game from being ended instantly if it's there, but...
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even really say a Relentless Pursuit is necessary at this point.
Down 1 point. Yeah, you still have time to pivot the Ruin Runner. You wouldn't need to expend it right now.
Yeah, I mean, certainly you would like to have one to stop them from holding. Oh, we were in a Zon Warren's decision.
Ditching the Kaisa.
Attempt to Relentless Pursuit.
There is the Relentless Pursuit you were talking about.
To Forge, attach, and launch it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, there is the Defy.
Okay, here's the Defy.
Okay.
All right, what is Lucian's last card?
Nothing for now.
No extra.
Yep.
Oh, my draw went to the bottom.
Vex gets to hold the 6.
Yeah, it could be that Skyfall that we were talking about earlier, but it probably would have been played, is my guess. So I guess that means that they discarded Skyfall thinking I haven't drawn Trinity Force yet, so I don't want to have this clogging me up.
I think that can make sense to me, even though, as I was saying, combo is one of the ways you'd want to try and beat Vex. I think Ruin Runner is the other way, and I think that committing to the Ruin Runner game plan when the longswords were in hand and needing to pick a discard, I can see a pretty fair reasoning to get rid of Skyfall instead.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, if the rest of the hand was just good cards, then, you know, it is what it is. Okay, so Vex is just investing in this Forge.
No green to equip Sterix, but you can...
There was a gold to use.
There was a gold. I was going to say you can tap Gloomus, but you can't because it drew a card this turn, but a gold to use does get there.
Oh, so that was the gold from Pike last turn.
Yeah.
All right, so the Ruin Runner holds to 6. There's a challenge. That's not bad.
Yeah, seems like that came off the top.
Yeah.
I mean, it could have been the card in hand, but
So now we're gonna equip Lucian and go in here and hope for the best, maybe, or
I think that seems fine.
well, I mean, yeah, you would get owned by Switcheroo, but I mean, this way, okay, it's just, if you knew this card was a back off, then this is the play to make. But it could have been an Evelyn, or actually, I guess it couldn't really be an Evelyn. Another Tide Turner, perhaps.
Yeah, it could be a pump in hand as well. So like playing around switcheroo.
On the Lucian side?
Yeah, on the
Or-
Lucian side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Though with 2 long swords on board, I'm trying to think like what pump it would be. You certainly wouldn't be wanting to like expend a punch first.
Okay, this is interesting. Longsword equipped the Ruin Runner. I mean, I guess you have to hold here actually. So
This comes off.
but you're gonna get the battle axe back to go to the other side, so that's not bad. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm not sure if that longsword equip was worth committing.
Yeah,
'Cause
mean,
you might need that extra might on the other side.
Yeah, and without a pivot in hand, I mean, this is very winnable for Nightingale to just stack Forge of the Fluffed and pray. I mean, there has to be either First Mate or Relentless Pursuit or a Gem Jammer, which, you know, it's a lot of options, a lot of outs, but if it was there
I would
already,
say-
you would have probably used it.
Yeah, any of those 3 cards would have got used on Lucian's previous turn.
Yeah. We saw a First Mate discarded earlier. Maybe could have been kept over one of these other cards. Not sure. It seems like most of the cards have been used, though, so the First Mate just maybe had to be ditched earlier in the game, but now you really need exactly that card.
Yep.
Float 1 energy.
Yep.
Oh. Okay, I guess that's gonna do it then.
Yeah, that's just enough if there's no punch.
Needs to be longsword,
11 total.
or perhaps Relentless Pursuit defensively.
It doesn't work, right? Oh, you mean with the Lucian? Yes. Oh, it is.
Yeah.
It is third longsword.
Yeah, trade.
Wow. Okay, I guess the longsword equip was necessary. Now, are we gonna have enough red next turn?
Or is it a Tide Turner? Tap 2? It's not.
Nope. All right, so if the top 2 cards of the rune deck are red, I think Lucian's got this, and I think they are, yeah.
Yeah.
Because they had all 7 oranges and no reds in play earlier.
Well,
so it
you
would
say
be
got
all
this, but
reds.
a card has been hidden again.
Okay.
So, I
Yeah.
mean, back off just gets there. Switcheroo just gets there.
Yeah,
doesn't
I
win?
think you just gotta hope it's Evelyn or something.
Yeah, Evelyn or Tide Turner
Well, it can't be Tide Turner because Tide Turner would have
won the game. Yeah, you're right. So exactly Evelyn. Pike would be only 3 might.
Yeah, Pike is a card of Evelyn's type. So what do we have? 3, 6, 7, 8. Pike would be 11. Lucian is 3 + 4 + 2 + 2. That would also be 11. So Pike would tie.
Yeah, Pike trades and leaves us in limbo with nobody with units, low resources.
Yeah.
I mean, what is the card? That is the question I have. What is this one card in hand? Is it relevant? Does it do anything?
We're definitely seeing the cost of running 3 longswords in a deck with 7 orange runes here.
Yeah.
Because if these were Dorian's Blades, I mean, or if one of them was a Dorian's Blade, that would be a big difference maker right now.
Well, there's Doran's Blade.
Doran's Blade. Okay, so the Pike is no longer going to stop this. So it's
Yeah.
got to be Switcheroo or back off.
Which is, I think, such high odds that it is like a real answer.
You go.
And it is Switcheroo, yeah.
My bad.
That is just going to get
Those are
there.
farmed at
Nightingale
all.
going to pick up the first
It'd be nice to
game.
have that.
That's a close
Yeah,
one,
put it
though.
away.
Very, very tight between the two. But, I mean, as you mentioned, like, the lack of red, it did cause a problem in this game. It was just not enough being able to equip for the Ruin Runner, not able to use everything on that turn as well, and it was just short of being able to actually defend.
Yeah, this is why I didn't run Longsword in my Atlanta build of Lucian. I used 8 orange runes because I wanted to be able to play my punch first and my challenges and my sabotages and my actions and whatever. And yeah, the Longsword was just too unreliable at that point.
Yeah, it's as good as the card is. If it's screwing with your rune base, that is a big difference, right? That can end up being a problem. Because I'm a big fan of Longsword and Lucian. I like it a lot, but it is a really good point. If you've got all these orange power costs, like how can you play it? As much as I hate Doran's Blade, but I can never cut it from my deck because it's just like it fits into the runes you're trying to play. It fits into your cost curve. And as bad as it feels when you draw one late game, you're like, well, is what it is.
The Longsword is extremely thematic in the Lucian deck, and it just
I'll go first.
Yeah, it has these like logistical issues that you got to figure something out for. Either maybe cut down on punch first and run a bit more red runes, or what.
Yeah, and there we have the Fae Folk gonna show up out the gates this time, and Evelyn gonna be just the 2-drop on the other side. Fae Folk with an equip is pretty nasty. This was a pretty good upgrade for Lucian in this set. Just basically lets you kill the opponent unit for free if you have an equip after playing her turn 1. Because she gets to be the attacker. She applies the contested status, gets the +1 from Purifier, and gets to run over pretty much any unit that would be played on turn 1.
Yeah, the Fae Folk is totally nasty here with any equipment. And it's for sure the best upgrade to the Lucian deck from set 3.
Ooh, interesting. Would you have gone to, I mean, Warren's is going to let you filter, so if your hand is like pretty bad, then filtering's good, but this feels like a guaranteed peak hold, which can be pretty useful.
I agree with you. I think I would rather be on start to peak.
Yeah, and the Discord was a Kaisa. Like, I would be fine, just go to peak, and then my next turn is like play Kaisa and something. But Disarming Rake is going to take that longsword away. And we will just be going to 2 and a retreat for the Fae Folk. It will be a Conquer for the Pouty Poro as well. Likely, I mean, I guess 2 just lines up into the units currently on the board from Nightingale, so it's at least going to require some help to not just trade with the Poro, which I think is pretty reasonable.
Yeah, I think probably we're going to see one or both units go into the start to peak and try to trade with this Poro, and then I guess we'll see if there's another longsword. But yeah, if you're Vex, you would love to just trade the Disarming Rake for the Poro and then play maybe Vex onto start to peak and, I don't know, hide something. The Fae Folk is still a little scary. Just any equipment with the Fae Folk would make it a 4, and then you could pull the Vex off the start to peak.
So it is just a trade. I mean, I think that's perfectly happy for Lucian to get the trade with the Poro.
Yep.
Gets a point, gets a trade.
Poro well spent. So yeah, Lucian's going to need some equipment. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Jam Vex, kill the Fae Folk.
All right, so now are we going to see this Relentless Pursuit.
This seems like a lot, but it will go to 4 and go back to base and let you filter. I mean, I can maybe get behind this.
I think this is a good move. I definitely like saving the Fae Folk is very worthwhile, I would say. And you get to even reuse the ability because of the Relentless Pursuit sending it home.
Yeah, dig one more for equipment to make it even scarier. It feels like equipment is pretty light right now, and trying to find more of it.
Yeah, one equipment would just absolutely skyrocket the amount of might you have on the board here.
Yeah, you even get one more look before you even send.
Yeah, so I think this means they don't have an equipment right now, because if you did have one, you could just start with Fae Folk pulling Vex over, perhaps.
Yeah. Ditch is a challenge. Challenge is a pretty miserable card if you don't have equipment. So, again,
Yeah.
like more and more things are saying there are no equipment in this hand.
Challenge was the card that I thought was the weakest card in my deck after playing Atlanta. Just not super easy to use in games that you don't already have a huge advantage at. Okay. There's got to be something here to stop this Fey Folk from trading. Otherwise, this doesn't make much sense to me. Wow.
Yeah, I don't really get it. Could have
I would
just
not have
played the
done that.
Kaisa and wait another turn, right? It's not. You're not under that much pressure. I mean, the pressure is the start hit peak, right? It is going to keep generating runes, but this does not solve that. So
right, yeah, that Evelyn was not doing much. Like, I think if you want to trade that Fey Folk for Evelyn at some point in the future, you'll have the opportunity to do it.
yeah, I'm curious on the thought process on getting that removed, but we are going to have a fan deployed by Nightingale. This is I'm curious if this is just like sideboard tech for some of these big attackers, or if he is actually playing this main board. I've seen the Vexes that play Overzealous Fan and they play Last Rites, and then they just like permacycle it back onto the board. And I'm curious if there's something like that from Nightingale, like looping those. Can be really good against like decks that are stacking a single big unit.
Yeah. All right, so the Kha'Zix comes down as just a development play, and this Vex player is so far behind on points. Like, they have this start to peak totally locked down, but that's not what the game is about right now. So I'm a little worried that the Lucian is just going to win on the Zon Warrens.
Yeah, it is going to be certainly a hold setup. I'm assuming that Nightingale has a pivot in hand, so either a Tide Turner, something of that nature, and can make the move over to Warrens. Maybe, I mean, this second Fey Folk in hand is like maybe some amount of informing the trade earlier. I still don't love it, but if you're just going to be playing another one, just progressing the board state. But at this point, you would have wanted to instead have the option to pull something like the Overzealous Fan that got played afterwards, right? Like, there are other cards that are more valuable to pull and look for the trade.
Yeah, and you can see just like the way that previous turn played out. Like, if the Fey Folk was in base, it could have just moved to the Zon Warrens and killed the Evelyn, if it still wanted to. So the having done it on the turn before just didn't really buy anything for you. But I mean, it's possible they were playing around something that we aren't thinking of.
Yes, always true. There's so 8 runes up for Vex. Only the 4-card hand. I imagine a lot of it is interaction at this point. As I was mentioning, like, Nightingale needs a pivoter or has to spend time back at base. And I don't know if he's just hoping that he'll draw into a pivoter before this goes to 8 points. And he was hoping that 2 more draws was going to get him there. He has 1 more turn technically that he can look for it, but Tide Turner would no longer work as a pivoter because in theory, Lucian can just put every unit onto Zon Warrens onto this next turn.
Yeah, Emperor's Divide, if that's the hidden card, could send the Kha'Zix over this turn. But even if you do that, the Lucian's base is pretty scary.
Yeah, I would think that Tide Turner is just the most ideal card in this spot. Fan, Charm, Lucian in.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Is this another?
If there's a second Charm, you could retreat the Vex and charm the Rengar, but no.
I feel like the stacking of Zon Warrens is not solved currently.
Yeah.
And I think from the Lucian perspective, I would just be stacking Zon Warrens. And Sabotage is a great way to help inform you.
Back off. Yeah.
Beast Below!
Okay, that sort of helps, but not quite.
I feel like every time we see cards appear from Nightingale, it's always some like shocking revelation. Like, what is going on? Every time he gets Savoed, we see something that we haven't seen in Vex lists very commonly.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just put the Rengar on Zon Warrens and say, what do you got? Vex is going to have to peel something.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Like, the Beast below is potentially... Ooh,
Kha'Zix trigger.
this is just trading into the Vex to potentially Relentless Pursuit something from hand or Accelerate a Kaisa. Back off, though, is going to deny this from happening.
Yep,
Yeah,
that's fine.
this is... You're just letting that hidden card come into the game.
Also, this would have allowed a free pivot with the Zanyas unless it was going to lead to a Conquer. Which
That
it
is a
may
good
have,
point,
right?
yeah.
It may have led to a Conquer with Vex dying and allowing you to accelerate something in.
Wow. This is one of the many spots where in a game of Riftbound where if you choose the wrong decision between going for a double conquer and going for a hold, it can just totally change the game from won to lost.
Yeah, so knowing that this is a Beast below hand, still, if there is another unit in hand for Lucian and it gets played to Zon Warrens, he is still winning the game. It can't be the Fey Folk because the fan will run over the Fey Folk after the Beast below bounces the Kaisa. But it just any larger unit is going to get there. Even a 2-drop and then also put the Fey Folk there is also getting there.
If you do have a Fey Folk in hand, you could just send your Fey Folk to Star Tip Peak and suck over the Overzealous fan. I guess the fan could send the Fey Folk back to base with its ability and use the Zonias.
Yeah, which is a very
that
funny.
Doesn't quite work.
I'm
Ruin Runner.
I'm
in
not
base?
understanding the Ruin Runner. Is this just terrified of Tide Turner? Like, yes, this would lose to a Tide Turner top deck if you play it at the Zon Warrens, right? But that's assuming you have no other cards in hand.
Yeah, I'm a bit flabbergasted. Maybe the Lucian has a big play lined up for next turn that they think is just going to definitely work.
Yeah. I mean, setting up a double conquer is possible.
Beast below can just come down on the Star Tip Peak, and then like that's going to be a tough battlefield to get into.
Yeah, it feels like one of those plays, and I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we'll see the hand and it'll make more sense, but feels like a really aggressively playing not to lose instead of playing to win the game in this spot. Because, yes, there are outs that Vex could find with the face-up Beast below that could beat your Camel sitting at Zon Warrens, but they're very specific outs. They're all pivots. It all has to be Tide Turners or Emperor's Divide or something like that to get the Kha'Zix over to deal with your Ruin Runner.
All right, so now we're in kind of the same position. Feyfo could just bring over the Beast below to the Start to Peak, and Ruin Runner could go try to hold Zon Warrens. And I think that would be pretty likely to work.
Yeah, it's funny because I feel like Gale doesn't have another option either. Nightingale just is like waiting. Like he has to just like wait and try and find the proper pivots. Like he's so unfavored from this spot. Because he's not allowed to leave the Star Tip Peak, right? Like he has to stay there. So he can't like set up a base.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's maybe it's possible that he could have like left over the Velos fan in his base, or maybe swung back one of these guys, depending on what the hidden card is. But yeah, I mean, this Ruin Runner is gonna probably just be able to hold. The Vex does not have a ton of ways around that. I think maybe it's just gonna be Tide Turner or bust, and the Vex is just gonna have had a chance to draw a Tide Turner 4 times instead of only 2 times if we went for this last turn. Every time I see a game like this with Kha'Zix, where the Kha'Zix triggers a bunch of times, it always annoys me that there's no way to spend this XP.
Yeah. We haven't seen that much, or have we seen any XP support in Vendetta yet? I'm actually not sure if we've seen any.
I don't think so. I would be surprised if there is any. It seems like the kind of mechanic where if you're going to put any cards that use it in your set, you have to put like 40
You have to put a
cards that
legend,
use it.
and you have to do a bunch of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, well, it'll be a waiting room for a lot of these XP characters for that, as we are going to just get an equip and then a challenge onto Vex.
All right.
That's just going to let her pivot for free again. I was talking about this, right? Like,
A second.
Yes. That's a good point. So the Zonias is going to get popped, and now, well, the Vex is still not enough to crack the Ruin Runner if the Bayfog goes down. Wow, Defy.
I don't even like this Defy necessarily, but I think that from Nightingale's side, right? If you're challenging the Vex, you're winning the game on this turn, right? Like, you have like a win, so the Vex has to die, or else why would you challenge the Vex, right? So from his perspective, I guess you do have to defy it, because like, why would you do this if it's not winning the game?
Well, what combination would you say wins the game? I guess Relentless Pursuit is the one to be afraid of here.
I really couldn't. I mean, it's Accelerate Kaisa, but Accelerate Kaisa, move everything in, and then have a Relentless Pursuit. Does that even win? It doesn't even win.
No, yeah, you want another equipment and a Relentless Pursuit, I think. Is all it would really take. Or actually, I think even just a Relentless Pursuit works, because you go Fey Foches on Warrens, bring over Kha'Zix.
Yeah, kill the Kha'Zix, then Relentless over.
Yeah.
It just loses to all the
notably,
hidden cards, though. Like all the hidden units, sorry.
Wait, actually, this doesn't work for several reasons. So one is Relentless Pursuit can get defied.
True,
you can just save the defy for that.
Thinking.
The other is Rune Runner has 3 damage on it. So if you do that Fey Folk play...
Oh, Rune Runner just dies.
Yeah, so I guess... But it would still work if you suck over the fan instead.
I guess so. It's still... That doesn't work, though, because then Kha'Zix is a 6. Oh, no, this is assuming Vex is dead, right?
Yeah.
So it just loses to any hidden unit, but it beats any hidden spell.
Yeah. That sounds about right.
Okay, cool. Bet.
All right. Meanwhile, in the game that is actually occurring, it still seems like the Fey Folk needs to go to the Star Tip Peak and lock the Beast Below over there, but
wait,
that's not what's happening.
I mean...
So Kha'Zix is going down here.
Yeah, but now Kha'Zix is just a 6 on offense.
And now are we going to see the Relentless Pursuit? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so this is now 8 to 6, and
it's a unit.
It's a hidden
so
unit.
is there a longsword?
Yeah, longsword or punch first is...
Yeah, punch would do it too.
Is what you need. No, there's nothing. Okay. Seems like... What is this, Kaisa?
Yeah, it's
tapped.
The Kaisa that was bounced by the Beast Below.
Yeah. Okay. It's... I think it's Vex's game to lose now, in some sense. Both of your units defend against this Kaisa. No, that's not true. The Kha'Zix is too small. But the Kha'Zix can attack into the Kaisa. So if you go Beast Below, take 1 battlefield, and then just leave Kha'Zix, then you're able to beat the board. Although I guess it's still going to be kind of tough. So I take it back. I think Lucian is still winning.
Yep.
So if you're Vex and you drew nothing...
Oh, it was a rebuke.
I wonder if it would have been better to just chill.
Yeah, don't even conquer the Warrens and just rebuke something.
Yeah, well, I'm saying don't even conquer either side, because you need the Beast Below to have a good attack over the Kaisa.
Yeah.
Put 1.
You lose to just Relentless at that point. And even then you don't lose because you have the rebuke. So yeah, no, I actually think that could have been pretty good. To just kind of wait.
Well, you would still lose to Relentless if you rebuke, because Kaisa will conquer one side, then Relentless taps you down to 5. If you rebuke the Kaisa, you just
I
accelerate
see.
it.
Yep. I see. It's exactly 7 runes would be just enough.
Yeah, but the line that Nightingale went for is much more of a believe in the heart of the cards kind of situation, where you're saying, I've got this one top deck off my Zon Warrens, and I'm gonna, see what it is. Although I think it probably would have been better to send the Beast Below to the Zon Warrens first, get your card, and then decide if you want to go in with your Kha'Zix or not. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, if a Discipline or a Switcheroo or something was drawn, then that's gonna probably just end the game.
Yeah, I mean, as of right now, Kaisa can walk in 1 above Kha'Zix, and any response from Nightingale is saving it. A stun is also just getting there. Another back off the top.
This is a nice game. I like how both players have had just like no cards in hand the entire time.
It's funny. There is a purple deck in play currently, but it's still not what we'd expect. Okay, so
Wow.
now just Feyfolk drag the Kha'Zix, and we're finally gonna do this play.
That is, yeah, that's an option that would be kind of. I'm trying not to get owned by, some top deck. Oh, it was Discipline.
Yep, sure.
Holy smokes.
So responding to the pull.
Yep.
Wow. What a sequence.
Here.
Yep.
You get to just draw from the
Conquer,
Zon
draw
Warrens here. That's really
first,
nice.
and then
Yeah,
I
and then
will-
draw from
That's
Kaisa.
something you see every day.
Draw for Kaisa, then Zon Warrens. Yep. Warrens.
Oh, it was. You draw the one.
Oh, draw
from
for 7.
scoring.
Yeah. Yes. That one does have to go first.
That
Yeah.
doesn't quite work.
Sounds good.
All right. Disarming Rake is going to reduce the Kaisa, but that is not.
There's the Turner.
Yeah,
To
you
kill
got
it.
He's
Okay.
on the pivot.
This is it.
GG.
That's just game. Unless it's punch. It's no
Yeah,
punch.
it's over. Wow.
Oh my god.
What a game from Nightingale. Really Jedi mind tricked their way to victory there.
Yeah, I mean, continually threatening, like, oh, if I have the pivot, then I'm going to be able to beat you here. If I have the pivot, I'm going to beat you there. Never had the pivot until we get, a bunch of turns down the line. He's drawn a bunch of extra cards. Pivot shows up.
Yeah, so that is the cost of playing around a card like a top decked Tide Turner, where like the play Heimer made would have gotten blown up by, or the play I was suggesting would have gotten blown up by a top deck Tide Turner, but then the way Heimer ended up playing it, they just lose to the top deck Tide Turner 3 turns later after there's been 6 more opportunities to top deck one.
Yeah.
So that's pretty tough.
Oh man, it is what it is though. Ends up getting there. Congrats to Nightingale continuing the undefeated streak so far. A couple more rounds to go on the day. I believe we are reduced to 5 rounds. We originally were going to do 6. We have a number of players that makes more sense to do 5. So we'll just have 2 more rounds to go. We are going to swap Sam out here in a second for Charmer's going to come in. But Sam, thanks for hanging out with me today. Very, very nice to have you jump in and cast some games. It's always a pleasure.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. This was a lot of fun.
Do you wanna shout out where people can find you, Sam? Because I think
Yeah.
get you a little exposure.
Yeah, you can. That's how I'm being paid. Yeah, the
Paid and exposure.
My YouTube channel, Sam D. Sherman, is where you can find my video content. Mostly what I do is take a deck, do a little deck tech, and then play 3 matches with it, and then post the matches. So you can find that if that's something you're into. And then I have my Metafy. I'm also Sam D. Sherman on there, where I have a Rengar guide that you can buy, $29.99 from my winning Rengar list, although I would say it's a little stale at this point. I'm also selling a subscription, $40 a month, where you can get a 1 hour a week group coaching session with me, where we talk about whatever kinds of Riftbound stuff you want to talk about. And then you can also just follow me on Twitter, Sam D. Sherman, to get updates for what I'm up to. If you want to keep up with me.
All right, perfect. Thanks, Sam. We're gonna have a pretty decent break while we try and we swap people around in the caster booth and we wait for the next round. But round 4 coming up soon. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back. More of the Sideways Showdown, CN versus the world. Welcome back to the Sideways Showdown CN versus the World. This is the World Qualifier. This is our half of the tournament. CN will run their half, and the top 16 from each will battle it out on July 25th on Vendetta to see who is the best in the world, at least for this online tournament series, where we have a little bit of fun. I've got Charmer now joining me for the last 2 rounds of the day. See who our top 16 will be. Charmer, how you been? How you doing?
I am doing fantastic because I'm about to cast some Riftbound, and Riftbound always makes me happy. I'm really excited for Vendetta, but I still think that there is a lot of fun in the existing meta. I'm also kind of excited over the fact that we still have these community events popping up well after, you know, a lot of card games or communities would be like, okay, well, now it's the downtime, let's just look forward, right? And there's still interest in Riftbound, and there's still a decent turnout at the skirmishes that I've been attending recently. So I'm just overall continuing to be amazed at how enthused people are for the game, even when it should be what would be like a down period or a downturn for other games that I've played or covered.
Yeah. No, it's nice. I mean, I went to a skirmish yesterday. Got to play a skirmish. Got a bye. I don't have to play round 1 for this next one for Barcelona, which is nice. I haven't had a lot of time to go play skirmishes with the busy schedule, and so getting a bye this time is going to be super sweet. And yeah, like people taking time out of their busy schedule to come hang out with us, play a bit of games. We saw Nightingale has been on a tear with his Vex that he's kind of decided to main for this set after, you know, being a best of RE winner from Origins and Spirit Forge. It was Vegas, right? Yeah, from Vegas. And it's cool to see him have a good performance as one of the TSS members. And from there, you know, we even have our very own Anu in the tournament playing Ezreal. He was winning last we saw, and we even got to see my like LeBlanc Baru, the Hui Smoke and Mirrors build. Someone had taken that deck and actually like continued to flesh it out and had brought that to the tournament, which was very fun. So been a nice day games.
I got to catch the tail end of that last one, and I will say, as somebody who is both a Lucian enjoyer and somebody that is a hold enjoyer, I've played a lot of Ari. Actually, I played Ari at the last skirmish. I did not do well, but I got there and I wasn't like, I'd been playing Aurora at skirmishes and I wasn't just like feeling it. So I flipped a coin and the coin said play Ari. So I played Ari. It did not go well, but I do enjoy hold centric decks, and seeing at least Vex piloted by Nightingale pull one out from way behind is satisfying. It's nice to know that it can be done, because I think in the early stages of Riftbound's, you know, history, the conquer strategies have been far favored, and it does make sense. You don't want a game where people are just kind of avoiding each other all game long, so you do want to make it a little bit more difficult to hold from a design perspective, but it is still nice to be rewarded if you do want to kind of play that controlling gameplay like we see. Yeah,
we'll see if he can continue on that tear throughout the day, but we've got our next matchup coming up in a second. We're going to be going into a Master Yi versus Rek'Sai match for round 4. It's going to be Alex Kim versus Jared Desai. Looks like we'll see. Oh, looks like they might have clicked best of 1, so I got to do a quick remake, but we'll get in there in just a moment. But Yi versus Rek'Sai. I mean, Rek'Sai, one of the big surprises, I think, coming out in Unleashed as far as its success, having its first top 8 in RQ Utrecht, coming from one of the Misilion players. I think it was Ramakiano on that was able to get the job done and make it to that top 8 after having 2 draws, which was a bit surprising from a Rek'Sai list early on, and then winning out from there. But yeah, it's been a very aggressive version. It's not been the Phoenix Rek'Sai, the control builds. It's been a lot more towards the early unit-centric builds, and even having lighter on the Falling Star and Call of the Weeks in those decks as a whole, still using them as removal tools, but not being like 3 and 3. Just a lot of unit-based strategy on it, and just making sure that you always have something on the board. As we jump in to Candlelit and Seat of Power, I would say definitely this game 1 battlefield spread going to be favoring Rek'Sai, as both of these are very good Rek'Sai battlefields. But that Seat of Power, of course, coming from the Master Yi.
This is going to be, I think, a real test for Rek'Sai, just because Master Yi does traditionally have a very large numbers advantage early on, being able to just get a lot of value out of single units when you're in the early turns. If Jared can not fall too far behind, though, I do think that Rek'Sai is capable of just putting out a ton of might, and until you get
Now let's see how I can do this. Do you know how to
Yi and struggle with the late game possibilities of a Rek'Sai or even like a Hook Darius, where you're just kind of flooding way more might than the Yi is used to dealing with.
Yeah, I'm gonna see just the Candlelit Conquer for Yi. Gonna go ahead and check those top 2 cards. The optimal turn 1 play going second was available for Jared. Does actually get to play Manufactor. So you have the capacity to conquer both sides if there is a way to get over the Lonely Poro. And with the development of Master Yi, just a cleave does get over the top, and it is going to be there. So this does allow Rek'Sai to go to 2, draw from seat, and potentially play off the top with Legion enabled because of the cleave. So this is exactly what you want to start the game for the Rek'Sai side.
Yeah, Yi on a pretty traditional opener here. You just want to play a 2-drop. You play your chosen champion, and then usually you come into the next turn looking to kind of make your mark, but Rek'Sai being able to clean up that Poro and jump ahead on the point tempo means that the Yi is already going to be playing from behind. And I was saying before, I think that if Jared doesn't fall too far behind, they're much stronger in the late game. They haven't even fallen behind at this point. They have taken the early lead, and I expect them to fully exploit it.
Yeah, gets to pick up a hopeful off of the Rek'Sai trigger after Candlelit. Really, really nice pickup with the Legion activated by the cleave. Next best thing would be able to just have another hopeful or a Cull of the Week to just deal with the Master Yi. So now it's just going to come down to, can you find the Rengar to get back on board immediately, or else this is just going to be Rek'Sai going to 4 with another seat trigger and another Rek'Sai trigger immediately afterwards. Really need something like the Rengar to actually bring this game back a little bit closer to parity.
Yeah, obviously you lose the ability to get the additional hold point, but what you gain by playing that Call of the Week is putting Alex so far behind on board position. You're actually just taking full advantage of the window of opportunity that presented itself. If you're playing against decks that can run Defy and they're all exhausted, then you want to take advantage of it. You called it, though. There is a Rengar, and that's going to help Alex at least kind of slow the bleeding a bit.
Yeah, I mean, this is the flip that you take, right? You make a play into Yi. If there's no, it's like a Rengar check. If there's no Rengar, this game's just over, pretty much. But with the Rengar there, we're back to playing a pretty even game. I think Yi is pretty much at parity, equal on points. It's going to be unlikely that you can push over this, but a Falling Star will do it. If there isn't an On Guard and there isn't immediately one to answer, it's not the most common card in the Yi decks nowadays. You still see it at least a decent amount, but not often in 3 copies. And it will just be a conquer from the hopeful onto Candlelit. And if he wants to go to 4, there is always the Accelerate on Rek'Sai available. It's just a question of, can you find a more efficient way to just go to 4 this turn and still get value out of Void Burrower off the top. Is going to be Poro Dredger. This might just be a development. We'll see. Instead of going to 4, there is always the opportunity to just develop a couple of units, and that is very likely to just be the play, as that is a Poro played, and now I assume one more 2-drop to come down.
2 for another Poro.
And it's just going to be another Poro. So extra daring we are on the Poro side, and I really like this. I think that if you know your opponent, it kind of either has to have another Rengar or else they're taking their own turn to just develop. Kind of keeping pace in terms of your development makes the most sense. Jared going up to 4 here, but now also has the 2 Poros. Minimal investment to get the Seat of Power trigger, draw a card. Don't have as many cards in hand as E, but doing a really good job of kind of keeping pace in terms of overall resources because of these Seat of Power triggers. And honestly, you've spent more cards than Alex has as well. So really kind of at parity as far as the number of cards drawn in or utilized throughout the game, which can be sometimes a weak point of Rek'Sai, but here it's a flush handful of opportunities. I think this will likely just be more development and then possibly even a pullback of the Hopeful. Yeah, just because with the Ruin Runner there, you don't want to leave it as easy prey.
Yep, just gonna move back with Hopeful.
3 for
And then
this.
deploy of
Good.
Faithful Manufactor. So now something like an Under Titan to close out the game with 5 units here. The plus 10 might essentially you would be getting from that is going to be one of the better things that can be found for Jared for the final push. Now, only at 5 because was not able to go to 4 on the previous turn. Just developing the Poros in the backline instead. So not able to have this be the final push of the game. However, if you can kind of break the camel and get to 7 points, you can set up to potentially look to just hold one of the sides. Just going to be a free conquer for the camel. Look at the top 2.
Go 1 for sabotage.
I'm going to take a peek now.
Oh, well, that's not what you want to see as Yi. I guess you're happy that there wasn't an order rune flipped that would have just led to a call of the week on the last turn and maybe put you out of your misery a little bit early, because now at least there's an opportunity to evade this call of the week a little bit by jamming some small units in the backline. But double Blood Rush and Inferna are all just very good ways to get over the top of this camel.
Yeah. This also kind of signals to me that Alex either has a defy for the call and they're kind of baiting it out, or they do have something like a Scuttle Crab or one of the smaller units. Lonely Poro would also be fine to develop in the back, get some value out of it, and then kind of turn off the call of the week.
Yeah, I'm curious if there's like a Rengar in hand, and part of it was trying to decide if you can afford to pay 5 for the Rengar onto Seat of Power,
Challenge, Rune Runner.
or if there's anything else you're gonna have to do. Just gonna go for a challenge. Looked like the target was Inferna. No, it was gonna be the Hopeful. Deal with the higher might unit, of course. I just saw like a mouse cursor go over it.
Yeah.
But you're a Peerless now gonna be played in the back line.
I saw the same thing. There was, or just another sabotage. That's another way to potentially deal with the other issues. Yeah, I think they were kind of counting the might. They were mousing over things, and I think trying to do, all right, if the Blood Rush is played plus repeated, is that still enough to go over the top of the Ruin Runner with a single unit sort of thing? And this almost has to be call, right? Even if you expect them to have the answer, and they do have the defy, I think you still have to make them burn it here.
Yeah, I mean, interestingly, it would just kill the Peerless, and you almost don't care if the Peerless dies, so it feels like getting a defy for that is entirely worth it. You're going to have units so that Peerless doesn't get to have her one-on-one combats, so she's kind of just like a underrate 3-drop for the most part. We're just going to see 8 sent in with no spells committed.
8 to 7.
And at 8, this is pretty safe because you force the defy out. So even if there's an on guard, you're going to go over the top. There's no orange runes to have to worry about. Yeah. So punch first is off the table. This is just a simple math equation, and Jared has properly solved for X here.
All right, leave the Inferna, Candlelit trigger. Does need to find a little bit of gas. The sabotages have definitely peeled away a lot of cards from the hand, and there's not a lot of units available. So, talking about that Peerless not being incredibly useful as far as 1v1s. Once the board starts to trade down a bit like this, it does create a scenario where she could find one. There's the Under Titan I was talking about. That's 2 free energy for a Void Rush off the top to draw into more. Seems very nice to pick that up. Gonna need to uses the last yellow. This could find a Call of the Week. Could have just floated in energy and sent. Okay, yeah, I think that's exactly what we're seeing happen.
It was just a misclick.
Yeah. Okay, so that makes a lot more sense. And we're gonna see off the top from the Void Rush, a couple of 2-drops. So one will get played, one will get drawn, and then probably subsequently played immediately afterwards. And Not the greatest hits off the Void Rush, I will say. You're trying to find some of your bigger units, but end of the day, there's a lot of 2-drops in this deck, so that is what you're going to be playing in a lot of these spots. So, you know, bring back the Poro, jam a couple 2s, another Void Rush in hand. That was the draw for the turn. That's probably one of the better draws. Continue to refill this hand. Find everything else.
Yeah, things are looking pretty dire for Alex at this point. You're gonna have to somehow find a way to deal with units at both locations to prevent the loss. And then even if you do manage to do that, you then have to have enough resources to prevent the double conquer on the following turn.
Yeah.
I think that's why we're seeing Jared just jam as many units in the back line as possible.
I think this should have been put the recruit on seat of power. Move. Like,
yeah, I thought that's what was coming. So
the recruit, just like force there to be a double answer. So okay, so here's the advantage of leaving the recruit. Well, no, it doesn't matter. You always have to leave Inferno, so always Rengar can be deployed. So yeah, I think it's always better to just have put the recruit on seat. Yeah,
and even if it's not Rengar,
force them to have something.
You know, challenge or something like that, but forcing them to use those cards on a recruit means that they're, you know, not getting the value you would traditionally like, but also I just like the idea of forcing them to spend their resources on it. You know, if they have to play the Rengar and then they attack with the Fiora, then you know you can just go over the top. It's again a math equation because they don't have any energy up. So I would have sacrificed a recruit just for the additional pain
the chance
that
to
it
just
put
win
on the
spot.
opponent.
Yeah. All right, but we know... Oh, no. The Undertitan was actually before the Void Rushes, so no Undertitan in hand. Actually would be pretty good draw here. Can just check one more card with the recruit into Seat of Power, at the very least. Go from 7. Interesting to not even want to check the extra card.
6 into 5.
Just going to send 6 into 5, force some interaction. Get to see the punch without, you know, sending too much into this.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay.
So Fiora at 10 might on defense now, 8 when just hanging out. Can still just draw now, and Void Borrower trigger as well, so possibly 2 cards off the top.
Yeah.
The reason I like this first, though, is you could just see an Undertitan again and potentially just push over like any amount of pumps.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen this conquer first as well, just because you also, even if you don't see the Undertitan, right? Like if you see, I was just about to say any sort of removal, you know, another call of the week, whatever the case may be.
Yeah,
it just
Falling Star would
it
have been
changes your path.
Currently
So
at 8 might
Yep.
on
Punch does not beat Falling Star, so
Fiora, correct?
Yeah.
see what the pick ends up being from those two. I mean, Manufactor, there's still a world where you can like cast Falling Star and then go into combat and
Play that.
basically force there to be very specific tricks.
Targeting.
So you're kind of like pulling even more out of the hand
Ready? Looks good.
and setting up your hold.
So 8 with 6 marked.
So 8 might, 6 damage marked, can send 4 in and just force a spell.
yeah, the one downside though is that's essentially the rest of your units.
Yeah, no, I mean, it is. It is, in fact. Whoa. Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
I was with you. I was like, oh, did they forget about the Yi?
And that's
Well, forget Yi, forget Peerless, like all those things, right? Double her might.
4 into 10 with 6 marked.
So you're going to get just 4 sent in, force a discipline, or else it trades.
Alright, so we trade.
If this trade happens, then you get to accelerate your XI in.
Make a bird.
Yep. I was just about to say
and
that.
Just call it a day.
1, 2, 3, 4, red. Bring out XI. Go here.
You're good. You go next.
And I
Looks like that's game 1.
can't. Yeah, I was gonna say, can't imagine that there's anything in the main deck of Yi that stops this once you get to that point. It would have had to have been on the defense portion.
So game 2 coming up. Game 1 goes to Rek'Sai. I mean, it was a very fast start, right? Actually found the cleave on turn 1 after turn 2 after having the manufactor. So it's the perfect opening for Rek'Sai, and then even finds the Call of the Week to follow that up. And a Hopeful. So kind of like everything perfect, right? So Hopeful curves out perfectly with the Call of the Week, kill off the Yi in the back line. The Rengar was there, so that can stabilize it, but immediately we saw a Falling Star to answer that. So really everything Rek'Sai needed to just get out the gate swinging, and ends up just picking the win very, very quickly.
Yeah, Rek'Sai is a queen for a reason, and sometimes she gets the royal flush of hands, right? That was... I don't think you could draw up a better opener unless... You know, if we saw the list and maybe there's some weird shenanigans with crazy seal openings that we know that some of these Order Fury decks are capable of, but the reality is that's as good into Master Yi as you could hope for, and really helps take advantage of the fact that you were on the additional rune, right? Instead of saying on the play on the drive, been saying on the play on the rune. The rune giving you the additional energy to play the manufacturer, get the 2 bodies, and then really jump out ahead is a bit difficult for Yi to come back from, even with the Rengar.
Mine says I've. Yeah, there we go.
Yep, so now we're jumping in Hall of Legends versus Arena's Greatest. And once again, it's like kind of battlefield favor Rek'Sai. Now, of course, this is going to be Yi on the play with Arena's Greatest, so they get to go to the point tempo a bit faster. But the Yi battlefields are actually like kind of helping Rek'Sai's overall game plan. I do think, as you said in the first game, like Rek'Sai has the capacity to outscale by just flooding the board with more and more units, but also she is just like an incredibly quick tempo deck. So if she finds ways to remove and not give Yi time to stabilize around a Rengar, buying some more space or a Camel or something like that, then it's even better for the Rek'Sai player. Though this start much worse. Carrion Dredger significantly worse than the manufacturer of the last game.
Yeah, this is much worse, and again, as I said the last time, usually with Yi, it's just play a 2-drop, play a 4-drop, but it looks like we're going to see a deviation this time around, saying, all right, I'm not going to get wrecked by Call of the Week. I've learned my lesson. We're not going to slam my chosen champion, and I like this.
Yeah, I mean, these kind of hand textures from Yi are actually a lot harder for Rek'Sai to deal with. The one saving grace could be something like a Falling Star, just dealing with the entire backline. But even then, because this like turn 1 play was so weak, you don't have like a cleave follow-up to just deal with the entire board. But I do think that dealing with the second Lonely Poro, while it's like together with the Pit Rookie, is pretty worthwhile. And if there is a Falling Star, I would be pretty open to jamming it in this spot. And it looks like it is just going to be a Falling Star.
Targeting.
It's like I've played Riftbound a few times, Charmer.
Yeah, and
I
I'm
played a little
with
Rek'Sai in
you.
my day.
I think they're. Oh, I was going to say might be a desire to
One card.
get rid of the unit on the battlefield, but I think I was with you on just getting rid of the backline. I think this is just mostly denying the hold point more than anything.
So, okay, so the big reason that I like the actually killing the Poro on the battlefield is it has a buff. It's actually just 1 more might. You're actually just getting to manage 1 more might than you would have previously. So, unfortunate hits off the top, though. Neither of those playable. Always could have checked first, but there's probably no Legion in hand and was looking for Legion off the top. Would generally be my read, and it looks like that is the case. So.
And now that E's at 6, I would expect this to be go over the top and then likely develop the chosen champion with the ability to back it up this time around.
Yeah, feels like chosen champion hold up 2 runes or chosen champion scuttle crab both feel like pretty reasonable plays. or like third Poro, second Pit Rookie, whatever would be fine. Like I'm open to 2-drop, but Chosen Champion hold up 2 seems good.
Yeah, I mean, obviously something like Crab is fine just because if it dies to the Call of the Week or whatever, you also get the information you've already drawn. There's all that benefit. Oh, we're gonna have a hidden card.
Hidden Zonias.
Yeah, Zonias is usually the culprit. I know some Ys will run like 1 back off, but
yeah, that's true. It's
I don't
very
suspect
possible.
that's it.
Gonna go Hall of Legends first. We'll see the Rek'Sai trigger. Feels like the hand is probably quite weak. Probably a lot of extra 2-drops. Call of the Week gonna be found off the top. It's actually a very reasonable play. You just only have very weak units, and so even killing the Pit Rookie is worthwhile. Defy is just going to be an answer, and just taxing another Defy is good enough. With how weak the hand and start has been for Rek'Sai, I think these are plays that you're very comfortable with.
Yeah,
That's the hand really looking for something like a hopeful. You just want maximum amount of might.
Yeah, I really like it just in general because again, you're going to have to deal with Defies throughout the game. So if you can force them, especially in situations like this, then it's just one less you have to worry about. But also, if they don't have it right, if they don't pass the Defy check, you're either getting the Chosen Champion or the Pit Rookie. And these decks don't typically run units as hidden cards. So if they get rid of the Pit Rookie, they're also losing value on whatever was hidden. It could be a Zonias and they could play it and then save whatever's chosen, but then you've got rid of the Zonias as well. So there's a lot of value in just jamming it, even if you expect it to be stopped.
Yeah, another bird. That's the nice thing with the Dredger as a kind of an upgrade for this deck is you often have to leave units at battlefields for them to just die, and this just gives you the ability to continue to have might at base via these birds.
Also, the birds are just really annoying because of the deflect. The number of times I've played against decks that generate these bird tokens and you want to do something to get rid of them, whether it's a Bellows Breath or a Falling Star or whatever, and then you're just like, oh, I really don't want to have to pay just to kill this bird. It does kind of do a little bit of psychic damage, I'm not going to lie.
All right, so just going to pivot the Pit Rookie back, get a Scuttle Crab onto the Arena's Greatest. We're still under the assumption that this is a Zonia's Hourglass. So gonna have to respond to the death knell from the Crab, and then play the Scuttle, or play the Zonias so that you don't respawn your Crab and not get the trigger. Blood Rush, though. Blood Rush with Repeat. Gonna go to 2 different targets. 1 to Rearguard, 1 to Bird. Looks like. So Bird will be a 3. This will be a 5. So it can send 8 might over to the Hall of Legends. Or 3 and 4, actually. 7 might, sorry.
Yeah.
The Hall of Legends. But gonna start with just sending this into the Crab and then potentially still look for something on Hall. But this is gonna get a little bit blown out from the Discipline.
Sure.
I assume there's probably another Blood Rush or a Cleave or something, but maybe not. We are going to see 2 more tapped. One more
Cleave.
For the Cleave.
One more. And this kind of signals to me, I think, that Jared has read this hidden card to be Zonia's. Because
wow.
Okay. I was going to say a back off would, I think, just kind of be the snap play. You bait them to spend their resources. But the fact that they're using all of these buffs to save the Crab tells me they don't want to use this Zonias to save a Crab.
Well, you would always just respond to the death knell from the Crab. You're not actually saving the Crab. The Crab can die. You don't lose control while the death knell's on the stack. You just respond with the Zonias. It goes to your base. So this was more about the fact that control, like not giving a conquer when you are recognizing that this hand from Rek'Sai is like very bricked, means that you're like denying any extra card draw, which is insane. I think this is very heads up to actually keep the Crab around. Because like the might value increases only matter into things like Cleave and Blood Rush. So if you're beating a Cleave and a Blood Rush by punching there, then that actually is just the card trade you wanted anyways. And you're just doing it on a Crab. It doesn't matter what the unit is. So this was really, really heads up. I think this was like brilliant from the player. Very, very good.
Also, I think it's just worth it to save Scoots. Scoots deserves it. All right, Under Titan. I'm going to try to get some additional might going here to go over the top, but there's still a lot of runes available for Alex. 3 cards in hand. You've already seen, you know, a Discipline, a Punch First, etc. What else could there be?
Uh, 3 into 2.
All right, we're doing this again. Under Titan to buff up.
Yeah,
Just send 3 into 2.
So
This time.
pass back on the death knell trigger.
I mean, if you have a
Little
pump,
crab,
you might as well
and
actually
play
save the crab here because it makes the other attack
Ooh.
way more awkward. This. Oh, okay. It was in response to the death knell. Actually, was it? No, it actually doesn't need to be.
Okay.
Yeah, just
No,
kills the bird
Place your hand.
because it will heal anyway.
Yeah, because essentially the crab will go down to 0
Yeah,
once the Rengar's there, so...
yeah, it doesn't matter because the bird can't get over regardless. Would have mattered into exactly another Blood Rush to pump it up to 7. And then it would kill both the Rengar and the bird,
Yeah,
and the
Showdown
crab.
Right is good.
So,
Um,
possible that
I
it
will
still
trade
was
with
in
your
response to the
Rexite.
death knell, to be clear. Because that would beat anything.
Rexite trigger.
Objectively correct to play it in the in that window.
Play Void Rush.
All right, gonna play the Void Rush here. Hope that you find
Need
something
it,
that you can reinforce.
Yeah, would have needed
Void
Under Titan. Another Void Rush gets played Under Titan Falling Star, so that you don't lose. Call the Weak doesn't get there.
And I'll play
Yeah,
Full Weak
that,
Void
or
Rush
I was just thinking,
the
like,
Rengar.
if you find a hopeful and they can't go over the top.
Yeah, but it looks like game 2 gonna go to Master Yi. Alex gonna pick that up with that Rengar coming down. And we got 1-1 here going into game 3, and very likely this is the arenas game for Rek'Sai, with the maybe Emperor's Deus, maybe. No, this one probably is not a Vile Moz. It's probably Deus. Could be Starspring for the side of Yi. We'll see what that third battlefield ends up being.
Yeah, I feel like at least at my locals and here in Michigan, there's a healthy number of Yi players now, especially coming from like the Grand Rapids area. A lot of them have been on Deus just because of the ability to keep redoing crabs. Yeah, and it does look like that's the case. So not really surprised here. It works really well with some of the early units. If your hand is kind of bricked, crab bails you out of a lot as well. But being able to start with this pit rookie, and then if you need to, you can bounce it and replay it later so that you can get the buff from replaying the pit rookie. It works with a lot of what Yi wants to do.
Yeah. Looks like Rek'Sai may get some use out of it here with moving in the Inferna, bouncing her back. It looks like deciding against the Void Barrage? No, okay. We were just figuring out how Rifttatlas works, it seems. I'm going to see off the top the Void Burrow trigger. Hopeful is
There
not
it
playable
is.
here. Nothing has been played on the turn.
Yeah, you are
so it will
correct.
have to be the regard.
It's an ability.
So a bit of a stagnant turn 2 from Rek'Sai. Gonna give some space to Alex to move in with this this pit rookie, but is just gonna go for a Sabo. Wants to know the hand. Hextech Ray.
Very interesting hand you have there.
with one rune open to deny the pit rookie push in. That's not one I've seen very much of, if at all, in the Rek'Sai decks. Maybe I've seen it in Phoenix Rek'Sai, but not even that much there. Really, really niche piece. Honestly, kind of good into... It's in both Master Yi and Diana have targets that this is actually pretty valuable against. So two of the like main decks that you're looking out for. You kind of see the world, right, where you're either just lasering one of the 2-drops, like in this spot you would have lasered this this pit rookie and felt pretty good about it, or you're lasering a Diana or a Ravenbloom student, which is also going to be pretty valuable.
It's also just kind of nice to have additional things that will force the defies, disciplines, etc. out of your opponent's hand.
Yeah. So now that is going to be a couple of Call of the Weeks that are protected by this Ray. Now there might be defies still available to deal with those, but when you look at this the setup as Master Yi, if you decide to push in your pit rookie, score, and play Master Yi, you know you are losing to rearguard, push in, play Inferna, then Call the Week. You're actually just losing everything face up from what you just revealed. So it does mean that the turn has gotten kind of complex in that while you could have risked this line previously and potentially gotten a little bit blown out, now you would be walking face first into it. And unless your hand supports losing both of these units to face up things and just trading with a 2-drop, kind of can't go for it. So maybe just push in Discipline, bounce your pit rookie on guard instead.
Sure.
Seems pretty reasonable. Bounce the pit rookie, replay it, buff the Sand Soldier seems to be the response instead. I like this line. It beats Rearguard Inferno because it is 5, so it'll at least trade. And then the follow-up of Call the Week is not the most exciting after that to just kill a pit rookie.
No.
And then add a buff.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those things where the turn is navigated because of the information you gained from the sabotage, right?
Yeah. No, incredibly accurate gameplay for Alex Kim. I think there's just not a better line once you see this hand. You have to stop the Ray from beating your pit rookie, and then from there getting to use the Deus to make the Inferna Call the Week line incredibly unattractive. It's really, really good. So now it's just going to have to be kind of development from Jared, not going to be able to go to 4 points, and instead very likely something like the Manufactor and the Hopeful, or the Daring Poro, the Hopeful, and the Inferna all just being played at base and calling it a day.
Yeah, I like doing this Manufactor Hopeful personally, just because it gives you most amount of value from your legend ability. I think that's one of the key things to making Rek'Sai work. You're not going to be too far behind in terms of the point race. Like, you're not in a great spot here. You're still kind of on your back foot, even though you're up 3-2. You know that you can't go over the top, so they're going to hold the 3, likely have the ability to go over the top of your rear guard. But even still, just getting as many bodies as you can on the board, and then hopefully if some of those even force trades, it will set up your Call of the Weeks to begin becoming more relevant. And it does also kind of put Alex in a bit of a bind if they're trying to play around a multiple Call of the Week turn, because they either have to have the defies up or they have to be aware of how they navigate this, right? They don't want to, for example, just jam a Rengar in, because I think that it would be pretty easy to wipe the board at that point.
Yeah, looks like a bit of a tank for Alex at this point. Tough spot, as you said, right? You have to avoid the full board wipe going into 8 runes. Face up Under Titan, face up Call, right?
Right. This is certainly, I think, one of those turns that becomes a whole lot easier if you've got at least one Defy in your hand as far as figuring out what to do. But if you also have no Defies at the moment, then
it's
really
then you
problematic. And
may
we're-
just have to do this and go home.
Yeah.
Weakness has been shown, though. Can Jared smell blood in the water into a potential Call of the Week with a Defy open? You may have been more willing to try and play to the board, but now this is just going to be a free development opportunity, and if the hand doesn't support too much development, you can always decide to Deus the Manufactor.
Yeah, looks like
Pays
that's
the one in the Rek'Sai.
going to be the play. Yeah, I don't hate this. Ooh, kind of a rough reveal.
Whiff off the top, but you can kind of count this Manufactor as getting seen there. It's just going to be bonus value that you're going to bring back to the base to replay. Another 4 runes available to develop the rest, and the rear guard gets to come home. And the problem is represented, right?
Yeah.
It is going to be Under Titan face up with Call of the Week's backup. Call of the Week's plural, 2 of them.
And also, this turn from Jared has not been requiring any power usage as well. So going into the following turns, assuming that this is just develop and pass, you're going to have a situation where that Under Titan plus the calls could all be done in a single swoop. So
Yeah,
you're going
I
to
mean-
deal with a ton of might, as well as even if you survive the combats, then they could just pick you off with the call. And I do think that the previous turn really signaled that Alex just did not have a Defy. Running away and developing the Ruin Runner, I think, was a solid signal that they had no way to deal with the double call. So unless they top decked one here, you're not in a much better spot to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, even something like Crab at the backline is a very good card in this position for Alex. Just give you a cycle that can just eat one of the calls guaranteed. It almost counts as like a 2 energy Defy into a Call of the Week by putting that at base.
To the camel field.
Charm is good, but it is relatively inefficient, right? It is just going to be a card for a card when Rek'Sai is so far ahead when it comes to board position. So she will be taking those 1-for-1s pretty freely. And now Under Titan is currently worth 12 might on this board. The problem becomes the attacks, right? And
Yeah.
swinging before Under Titan means that really you just are not looking to play Under Titan at all. And I'm curious, we saw a Blood Rush Cleave go to bottom deck from a Void Burrower earlier. Are there still more of those in the hand? But letting something die out the gates on just an open trade does not bode well for Alex Kim. As we know about these double Call of the Weeks, and with only 2 units on board, those can start getting ripped, and I think the Void Rush start to just kind of dig a little bit deeper, see what your other options are before just going for kind of this double call setup. Cleave, third call.
Third call. Okay.
Well, I don't think Defy is getting through this turn unless there are multiple. Can kind of just start rattling these off as a very reasonable idea. The issue then becomes from the calls is the Rengar in response to you running in, but third call might just be enough if there are no Defies.
I'll kill this guy.
Yeah, and like I said, unless it was top decked, I just don't think there's one in the hand.
Calls a week.
And here
Another
it
one.
comes. And
There's the
there it is.
Defy.
Okay.
Yep, but how about a third one?
Calls a week.
Do you have Defy 2 Electric Boogaloo?
Yeah.
I think the answer is no, because I think the one was from a top deck. And so now for Alex, the biggest issue is if Jared
2 for Poro and pass.
leaves units. Oh, interesting. I was expecting Jared to leave units on both spots so that Rengar wasn't enough on its own.
Yeah, I for sure would have just gone to 7 here, pass the turn. Make Yi have answers to both sides.
Yeah, that's twice now we've seen Jared opt not to do that in favor of just keeping the units alive on the back line. And there are definitely matchups where I think that might be the right call, but against Yi, where it's kind of Rengar or bust in terms of the ways that you can accelerate things out, I would have liked just keeping the pressure on.
Yeah, at 8 runes, I actually don't know if there is any way to stop the double hold outside of exactly Rengar Charm.
It could be like Rengar Challenge.
Sure, Rengar Challenge. Yeah.
But, I mean, then you just lose on the follow-up, right? It's just, at that point, you're also making them use so many resources that you probably still win on the spot, and that's why I would have been in favor of doing it, but...
Yeah, and interestingly, Rengar Charm does the same thing whether or not you're on the dais or not. Same with Rengar Challenge.
Are you trying to tell me that Charm and Challenge work on units in the back line? We'll also say another side effect of if you go to 7 there is even if they have the clear, if they have the answer, being able to not just get your legend trigger off of the conquer, but also drawing a card if you're trying to go for the double conquer is also not irrelevant. Just seeing a little bit deeper.
Was he on 5 runes still after the defies? Like had Rengar up? If he had Rengar up, then it was fine not swinging to dais for sure. I may have just missed how many runes he had available.
I didn't.
Yeah. So if he had 5
so.
runes, then not swinging was also correct. But there is a Rengar,
Hide a card here.
and it will be just Rengar hide a card onto Arena's Greatest. We know there is still an Under Titan available to try and push over the top of this. And Falling Star is found.
That is
That
rough.
will likely just do it. Even with a pump, you can then just still jam the Under Titan and look for the trade, because that will empty the hand. Zonya's Hourglass doesn't do anything, and that is going to be it. Falling Star going to pick up the win. Rek'Sai, Jared going to be making it to undefeated at 4-0.
Yeah,
That
now that
is
I'm thinking
big.
about it, there may have been 5 up. They would have had 7 runes and 2 defy. Well, or they would have 6 because they had 7 going into that. 2 defies were not played. It was just the 1.
Yeah,
There might have been 5 up.
Chat is even saying that they had 5 up. So if they had 5
Okay.
up, if they had 5 or more up, then yeah, I agree. No attack is correct.
Yep. I trust chat.
Yeah, just something I missed during the game. But they take a look at the current leaders right now. Nightingale undefeated on the Vex. We have Ty on Aurelia and Felipe on Lilia as our 3 remaining undefeateds. I don't know if this is counting Jared's win just now as we see him at 9 points. I think it's possible that was going to push him up to 12 as well. But we also have Anu on Ezreal is at 3 wins and a draw. And then Random 7. This is a name from Legends of Runeterra. If anyone was a big lore fan, they may recognize Random's name. Played in a bunch of my tournament series, Fight Night, but also I made a couple of seasonal top cuts, if I remember correctly. Playing Ezreal, finally coming to Riftbound. I don't think I've seen him at any events, so it'd be cool to have him around. But other than that, yeah, very interesting spread of legends that have made it. Not a lot of the usual suspects, as we do have only 1 Diana on this page, a couple of Master Yis, but yeah, a lot of different stuff. As we've got an Annie, a Lucian that we saw earlier, and a Lux even.
I mean, I very interested in this Jhin. I'm not gonna lie, seeing a Jhin there was not on my bingo card, but I'm not surprised at the number of Ezreals. I am surprised there's only one Diana, but I think that for an event like this, if you expect a decent number of people to be on Diana, then bringing Ezreal is a good call. Ezreal just has a really good matchup into Diana. If you're comfortable with your other matchups on Ezreal, and I know, for example, Anu is, because he's played a ton of Ezreal, I think it makes sense.
Okay, cool. Getting word that was an X1 match, which does make sense as we're getting towards the end here. I feel like one more round to go. A lot of those players at the top of the tables, the undefeated players, are likely locked in to make it to the next stage of our tournament. And now it is just a matter of those last few spots getting locked in. And it looks like we're going to be jumping pretty much straight into round 5 in a moment here. Just figuring out who to take. I think just take a quick break and we're going to figure out who we're going to watch for it. Just like a 2-minute break basically, and we'll be back as we figure that out. Or we won't. Or Sam will just not listen to me. All right, we're back. We wanted to find something with stakes for the last round of the Sideways Showdown, CN versus the World qualifying for the World. Get the top 16 from here to go up against the top 16 from an event in China that will be happening soon, just before the CN Nationals. And then we'll have the top 16 from this tournament versus the top 16 there to make a top 32 on July 25th. On Vendetta. The pricing for our qualifier will also have some merch from our merch store going out to the players. They'll have a choice of playmats, and then I believe there'll be some dice as well. And then there is also the debut of our Bear Hug mat. You may have seen Prismat playing this at RQs. We've had him using our prototype for some time, and the top 2 players in this event will be getting Bear Hug mats, as those will be releasing pretty soon. Soon TM. I don't have a release date for them. Soon. But yeah, this has been a great day of games. There was pretty much what we found is most players are locked up, but we did find one round that should have some relevant stakes, which is going to be, I believe, a Sivir versus Lucian. I think we've seen both of these players on already. The tournament ended up being pretty small, so we've seen a lot of these players already that are still around and winning. But yeah, it'll be a Lucian versus Sivir Aurora. Lucian would have been locked, but this is a bit of a pair down situation, so not able to try and even attempt to draw into the top cut. Sivir needs the win to make it. If Lucian loses, there is still a small chance that he is still going to make it into our top 16, but we're going to be jumping into that in just a second here, as we've got a couple of our bubble players that can still get in on breakers with Alex Kim, who we just saw take a loss, Damon on Pike, and then Lord Pooh Bear with Victor and Titan on Yi. I think a lot of these players at the top, kind of the top of those breakers, still have a chance to sneak into our top 16 with a win in this final round, provided their breakers are solid. So we will have to take a look and see if that ends up being the case, as well as if you can scroll us up to that top 16 once more just before we jump in. We can see the position of our Sivir player going into the round. He is Caleb on Sivir with 7 points currently. Does need to pick up the win to lock a spot, or else he'll fall behind any of those other players. Meanwhile, Heimer, with the 9 points already, might still have a slot with good breakers, depending on how this round goes.
Well, since we know it's going to be Sivir taking on Lucian, what is your read on the matchup here, Cass? Obviously, this is going to be a bit of a race for Lucian at the beginning. Cards like Trinity Force can help a ton. What's your read? Do you think Lucian has the ability to just overrun this as we jump in and it looks like it's already underway and Lucian's already on a battlefield?
So I initially was going to play Lucian this set. Very early on in Unleashed, we were talking about like, oh, he has a great Aurora matchup when everyone thought Aurora was going to be broken. So I played a little bit of Lucian into Aurora, and I felt just pretty unfavored as a whole. It felt like anytime they were able to find the Aurora, it was not winnable, when it used to be like when they found Aurora, you could still kind of get through and find the wins. You, of course, still bully them when they don't find Aurora, but it is really tough to beat Elder Dragon as Lucian. One of the good ways to try and get there is going to be via this Trinity Force and via finding the actual full combo to just end the game very quickly. But even then, if we see that Aurora come out too early, it can still cause problems. So we'll see if this combo straight away for this game one, as the Trinity Force is at least found. But the Spear still on its way, and at least one more turn to find it, as Sivir is only going to 8 runes.
Oh, interesting that the Lucian went back. That tells me they might have the Spear already. There is a concern, obviously, that you don't want to give them an additional blowout with an Aurora, something like that. You don't want to have your stuff all in different spots as well if an Elder Dragon comes down. But the Trinity Force, I think, is really important. And there is the Spear. Yep.
This Sabo
That's
is
brutal.
so disgusting, being able to pull that out of the hand. Not going to allow the combo to come through. No opportunity really to get that down, though. Was just on 6 runes last turn. Can't play both pieces to escape the sabotage. So going to have to find another Spear to get that going, but that is going to give some time for Sivir. Going down to 7 runes by playing the Sivir out, and now Lucian only going to 5 going into the Aurora turn.
Now, the Lucian also notably did not have their own sabotage, because ideally that's what you would have here. Hoping to rip an Aurora out and put Caleb on the position of needing to draw one, but also more specifically, if you know that your opponent doesn't have an Aurora and you can leave this Lucian and get the additional points with the Trinity Force without having to risk losing multiple units, that's a big boon. But the real key really is, do you have the sabotage at the right time and force them into a position where they kind of have to top deck it to blow you out?
Yeah, I mean, potential win con in this spot would have been trying to kill off the Sivir and then look actually for the hold on this turn, try and go up to from there. You would go to 5, and then if you can hold, you can actually win on the next turn, just needing to break the tempo just a little bit. But yeah, it's tough. I mean, you're pretty much expecting that this is just going to be an Aurora hitting the board, so trying to fill the back line with as many units as possible. Go to 5, top deck a Spear, and you can get the game. Or
Caleb might not
Aurora
have
could
the
find Mind
Aurora.
Splitter. It's also a possibility that there just is no Aurora. If there's no Aurora, then, you know, very fine position for Lucian, right? Like you're at 5 points, you can just go up to 7, back everything off again.
You know, there's an interesting world where if there's no Aurora, you could, I was going to say conquer here. This definitely says no Aurora because now you're forced to do the sigil, but you could conquer here, go with something like a Mind Splitter, try to rip the cards and still have the ability to go over the top, but
Sigil, it could still be Aurora, right? Like, I mean, you just float the rune, pay 9. But it wasn't. It was not Aurora. It was just the Catalyst instead. Though next turn is Elder Dragon turn, and that is still potentially winning for Caleb. Actually, no. I take that back. It's the Ruin Runner. It does a really good job of stopping the hard cast Elder because it costs 12 runes. The one that comes from Aurora can still be paired with a Blade Flurry, but Ruin Runner is able to stop hard cast Elder from locking you out. So going to 7 on this turn and sitting the Ruin Runner at a battlefield is going to prevent Hardcast Elder from being a play that is available. Solution goes in, goes to 6. We'll see if we just shimmy that Trinity Force over to the Ruin Runner. Ship that into Sigil afterwards. Though with 5 runes available, I guess there's some fear of, I don't know, punch first something from the Sivir.
Yeah, I was trying to think what could possibly be there in conjunction with the Sivir.
Oh, use Forge. Attach it.
Okay, just gonna, I think, use the... Interesting. Gonna use the battlefield to put the axe on the Lucian and maybe threaten that as a hold.
No, not even a hold. I think with this equip, you're just gonna play at base. No Aurora on the last turn, but maybe not considering... has the first mate to just score this and leave the Lucian there, I suppose. I still think leaving the Camel at a battlefield could be really strong here to look for the hold, beating out Elder Dragon, but this is going to be better into
an Aurora. I think this is just trying to play around Aurora blowing you out, because you are correct. The Ruin Runner is protected from the hard cast, but there's also a situation where even if you don't top deck the Aurora, if you top deck and you can sort of draw and you are able to then draw into the Aurora, you might still have, you know, a mobilize that finds a stack deck and then into Aurora. You don't want to be blown out, but...
the thing is the Aurora is only kind of beating you if it's Aurora plus Blade Flurry, and even Aurora, I mean, I don't know if you're ever beating Aurora Blade Flurry, actually. I don't think, I'm not sure that you ever are beating Aurora Blade Flurry.
I don't think
it's
so
possible
either.
that there's cards from hand that could actually make you beat it. Like, I'm not going to say you literally can't beat it. A single Blade Flurry with Aurora is beatable by some more Accelerate from hand.
Or top decking your own Sabotage to pull it.
If there's more Accelerate from hand or a Sabotage, something like that, then easy enough. But if there's a Sabotage, you might even play it on this turn with the 1 extra rune that you have.
I think this also just might be a situation where, you know, even if they play the Elder Dragon from hand, you're still going to be able to cascade your equipment to go over the top.
Elder from hand doesn't work because there's 4 units. So it'll kill 2 of these, and then you just double conquer. So it is really just the Aurora pulling an Elder into more backup that is going to be able to get the job done. So it looks like that is just no Aurora. So that is just game one. Yep. And that is what it is. I mean, look, Lucian still is going to beat you if you don't find Aurora. Like, he is going to score in a timely manner and not give you enough time to get there. So that is
one way to beat Aurora, is just have them not draw Aurora. But I think the thing that jumps out to me about that particular matchup is it wasn't even just there was no Aurora. I didn't see many of the traditional filter options at all. Like, I don't remember seeing Stack Deck or the Scryer's Bloom or any of those things that help you find Aurora. Were they there?
Yeah, we saw them earlier. We had the same Sivir on stream earlier. They're there.
Oh, no, I just meant in this game.
Oh,
right?
Yeah. No, none of that was found. I don't know what was in this hand. It was probably all the Blade Flurries, I
was just getting ready to say, I think the hand is probably like 2 Elders and 2 Blade Flurries. That's where I was going with that. Like, I'm trusting that they're in the deck. I'm not saying they're not running. I'm just saying that is
somewhere.
They're as bricked as you can get. As somebody who, like I said, I've been playing Aurora at skirmishes. That was not the way those matches are supposed to go.
They're certainly somewhere in the deck, I'll tell you that. All right, so just gonna rip Scar's Bloom. Take a quick look. Wants to find a Mobilize, probably ideally here. Go to 5 runes, set up for the turn 3 Aurora, and there it is. And that's a Gust. Is there a Longsword to respond? We saw it in Heimer's list earlier in the day. Longsword is massive here. Not only do you draw... Oh, Rengar. I mean, this works. This is not the most ideal, but it's fine. It's getting you a point. It's getting things going. Longsword would be the best. It would get you the point, and you would draw, and then you'd go home, and you could develop. So it's like everything you want, but this at least still scores the point. And if there's an Accelerate from hand, maybe for the next turn, you can kind of get back on pace.
Yep. Yeah.
But just a Catalyst, so up to 11 runes next turn, but Sabotage to kick things off finds the Aurora.
Does find the Aurora. And there was that punch first that you were talking about.
Yeah. Sivir having their own Sabo kind of makes me feel like they, instead of the Catalyst on this turn, should have just played Sabotage. I guess that would have left them at 6 runes. What else did they do on this turn? They played a Lunar Boon? Oh. Yeah, maybe Lunar Boon found the Catalyst, and then you have to decide whether to Sabo or whether to go for the Aurora. But yeah, not being able to protect the Aurora from the Lucian Sabotage means that it is time for Lucian to be able to still cause problems. There was no additional card draw in the hand, but now there is. Another Lunar Boon found to look for second Aurora. But that might be enough that Lucian can just run over this game, right? So now at 2 points, has about a board developed. Sivir gonna have to try and play around this chosen champion. Turn 3 Aurora denied again. Just try and dig to more Sabotages for the Lucian side or for gear destruction. Kaisa, I mean, massive board, right? Now you're starting to get towards boards that can maybe beat the units that get played down. But this is still early enough in the game where a hardcast Elder is good.
Yep.
And sometimes it's just good enough against Lucian. He is really bad at beating this card.
Not only does the Elder come down, but after the Sabo, there's at least 1 Blade Flurry you have to play around. Because of the gold that was there, this also doesn't even put Caleb that far behind in terms of energy and runes available.
Notably, if he had it, a full combo from hand with Relentless Pursuit could have ended the game here. 9 runes is exactly how many you need. But of course, did not have it, or else we wouldn't be casting a game anymore. So instead,
correct.
Gonna conquer both sides and just put as much might on the table as possible.
I guess.
Ooh, it was close. It was close. He has 2 spears. It was close to having the full combo ready to go.
Little scary for Caleb though, seeing that auction.
I mean, is it that scary though? You already have an Elder on the board. You don't actually need Aurora anymore. The Elder is enough to win. You just want to support it. And we know it's what, punch first Blade Flurry as the hand?
Just kill the.
Yeah, I can't imagine a world where this Lucian has the ability to kill the Elder without
With the other
miracle.
Yeah, obviously.
Challenge the Kaisa instead of the Rengar.
Good.
Just trying to further deny card draw after seeing the hand, knowing that Kaisa could potentially get in and score over Sivir. Though it still would be tough to get over the Sivir. I mean, unless I'm hallucinating the punch first. I believe there is a punch first in this hand.
There was a punch first and a Blade Flurry that we know has to be played around. You did not hallucinate it, sir.
So just going to send 6 into the Sivir, try and force the punch or the Flurry. Flurry is what comes down. We'll clear that. Combat will end. Everything will heal. Just play the Yakshan, play the Feyfolk. But this is exactly what I was talking about when I felt like this matchup was like somewhat unplayable. It was like if an Elder ever hits the board, Lucian just has kind of no recourse. I say no. I mean, there are ways. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, we can go through every single way that you can still win after an Elder, but it is just so difficult.
Well, hear me out. The Feyfolk does open up a line where if you can conquer the one side, and then
and then drag it
and go to the other, knowing one Blade Flurry is gone.
Yeah. Wait, this was a pass. This was a retreat from Sivir and pass. Maybe not recognizing the line or just has all the answers necessary. But no, you're absolutely right, Charmer. This is one of the ways you can beat the Elder. Score the Forgotten Monument and then run the Elder over. With Sivir on board, this would just not be possible. You just could not. You don't have enough units to do this.
Right.
But Feyfolk is certainly enough.
Yeah, and if there's not another Flurry, then I'm like very shocked at the Sivir pullback here because again, we know there was a punch first, so making them go over the top of that. But maybe they're just not thinking about the Feyfolk drag. All right, there is the Flurry.
Flurry will stop one, but if there's an accelerate unit, you still have the same play.
Right.
If this was the last piece. I mean, I think Sivir leaving is the mistake. I don't think Sivir's allowed to back off.
Yeah, I agree, because punch first on the Sivir as well is a ridiculous amount of additional might because it's going to trigger the passive on the purple Sivir as well.
No accelerate found though for Lucian. I mean, surely the Sivir backed off because they had the Flurry, but still that feels dangerous. Would have still lost to an accelerate unit.
All right, now this Aurora does probably seal it, but there was a window there for Heimer to have stolen this.
Let's play this here.
Sure. Yep.
Elder's gonna snipe down the Rengar. One card in hand. Looking like a game 3.
Yeah, it's your turn. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
I mean, best play is to move one Elder to the Forgotten Monument, go score the Sunken Temple, and hope that there is no way for Sivir to pivot around and stop your hold with an Aurora on board. Not likely. Technically a win con. Or, actually, Trinity Force off the top. Trinity Force off the top would have done it. Feyfolk move the Elder away and then equip combo to the other one and conquer.
Yeah. That is also a thing.
So there was some opportunities. Feyfolk, this little Feyfolk, this little rabbit, opened up some worlds.
Oh, did we find it?
So the crazy thing about this is I'm pretty sure
Well, here it doesn't have an
Gust doesn't stop this. This doesn't have a here thing. It just says to that battlefield.
Yeah.
So you can't actually stop this. Yeah, but didn't
Is
kill
this-
the Sivir with equip, right? So if you equip this, Fey Folk would have swung for 4. Sivir has ganking when she gets the spend. So if there is a way to spend and buff up the... Is this just going to pull Sivir? Yeah, I guess you could pull Sivir still.
Yeah.
Yes. Not
Because
the way
Sivir's just going to get
Oh, I see.
punch
They're
first
just
and
trying
then
to
gank
draw.
over.
They wanted to get the
Come
mighty
on,
to
man.
draw.
Come on, man.
Yeah, but punch first Sivir can still gank. Have to actually kill the Sivir for this to work. Because we, again, this punch first is in hand, right? Oh, wait, that's a way.
Yeah.
Punch for now. The ganking can't happen. All right, we're back in it. We're back in it.
Oh,
If there's no way to
unless-
spend power and there's no Elder
Yeah.
Dragon off the Aurora, there's a lot of things that have to happen.
Steal the Aurora.
Okay, that's another unit.
Yep.
Steal the Aurora.
I don't know how to get this to you.
Steal the
This-
Aurora.
The lightning bolts at the bottom near the deck, and then give control.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. Perfect.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This. Wait a minute.
I mean, there's the draw plus the Scryer's Bloom. So Caleb is still not out of this yet either, but I'm still gonna be so shocked if Heimer pulls this out because the Sivir got pulled back that one turn.
Perfect.
Camel, just screw it. Jam it
thinking
on
I wanna
the
play him
sunken
first.
temple. I don't know. I guess probably don't actually, because you. No. I'm trying to think if there's any reason to put it anywhere over anywhere else. I don't think it matters. I think if there is an answer for Caleb, the game is over.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yes.
And he has 2 looks. Well, actually, 4 looks. 1 off the top. Scryers gives him 3 more looks. 2 that you get to see, and then you can draw the next if it's neither.
Looking for
Stack deck.
Oh, okay. You're gonna dig
3
deeper.
more looks.
I mean, a Blade Flurry still bails him
Yeah,
out, and there
Blade
should be one
Flurry
left
gets
in the
there.
deck, right?
Blade Flurry or Punch First. Or even Aurora gets there because now Sivir gets ganking and she kills both because the Elders are here. This is why. Well, actually, no, it doesn't matter. You only need any amount of damage. Yeah, you can't put anything else on the battlefield, so. Sivir gets ganking, she moves over. She kills everything.
But it's still not technically over.
Yep. Fine.
If Heimer top decks a Trinity,
What do you mean? Oh, yes.
because this isn't going to be a
Yes.
conquer. The Sivir's
It's
still
not
going
a
to
conquer.
die.
You're right. It's not a conquer. It's not a. It's a trade.
So
Yes.
there's still an out
Trinity
for Heimer.
Force off the top is an out. Yes. Yes. You are right.
There you go.
Yeah, Aurora triggers.
Yep.
Yeah, because even if this hits your dragon, the Ruin Runner can't be
ping the Ruin
targeted.
Runner. Elder can't ping the Ruin Runner. You are absolutely correct.
Man.
Yep.
Exactly. Trinity Force off the top can
Top
still
deck in
do
a
it.
dream.
No, you're good.
We see a flurry. I think that's third flurry that we see in the Aurora, so we know it's not the card in hand. Is it Trinity?
Guess it's draw.
Waiting with bated breath.
It's not. It's not. It's not
No,
Trinity
it's
Force.
not.
Yeah, I can't stop
It's not
it,
Trinity
unfortunately.
Force.
Going in to get the draw, and that will not be enough. There's
I mean,
nothing in the
it's
deck that deals with
there's
3
literally
elders.
no way you're killing
You
3
only
Elder
gotta-
Dragons.
Just 30.
It's only 30.
This game was wild, though.
Unfortunately, like I'm close, but I'm not there.
Hey, I could imagine.
Glad we're gonna get a game 3 with the way this one went.
Let's see.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's 10.
There were
I think I'm
okay.
at
There were more
20.
outs than I expected towards
Dang,
the end
you
there
were
for
close then.
I'm actually really
Heimer on
close.
the Lucian.
That's 10.
The Fey folks
plus
actually
12,
giving some good opportunity.
16. Yeah, I'm at 21, but yeah, you got it.
He just said I'm at 21. It sounded like he could get to 21 might. Could not get over the 30.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna get a game 3.
Yeah, someone said, wasn't he supposed
that
to
one
steal
was fun.
Scryers instead of Aurora with Akshan? Actually, you're cooking. Actually, yes. I'm pretty sure stealing Scryers was better. Give less looks. Because
Yeah.
Aurora pulling things off the top didn't matter. Wasn't the important part.
But not only does it give less looks, but it gives you a deeper dig to find your Trinity.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's dealing with stealing the scryers. Yeah, potentially.
Yeah.
Probably not though, because the Ekshon would die and give it back. But
probably not. But I respect it. Right? I see the vision.
Yeah. No, that would have been sick. Would have been sick. Very cool idea.
Warrens.
All right, so starting things off once again. This is going to be the aspirants game. Heimer's got to be praying for no Aurora, or he's got to find the Sabo once again.
Yeah. Do you have the Zon Warrens to kind of help speed things through? But on the other side, Caleb, much stronger start this time around as far as getting deeper through your deck. They have the Bloom, they have the stack deck. The first treasure trove in Sivers are basically free because you get the rune back, but you dig deeper and you get the gold, etc. So just dig.
All right, Lucian comes out.
You care if I fix this auto pay?
Nah, you're good. You're good.
Back over to Sivir.
That I can crack this.
There it is. I was going to say this trove should still go because it's just drawing a card and getting you a gold. Oh, and then you just have another treasure trove anyway. Okay.
Yep. So next turn it can actually ramp. Ramp to Elder is a very real strategy for this matchup, as you saw in that last game. It wasn't even about the Auroras. It was more about that first Elder Dragon getting jammed. While a lot of matchups it's too slow to play towards Elder, this is one that you can certainly win just by doing so.
Yep.
All right. Sabo, this time from Caleb, looking to try and protect the Aurora, doesn't find a Sabo to stop it, but does see the Ukshan. So if the Aurora comes down, Ukshan is going to steal it. But I don't know if others agree with me that have played a lot of Lucian right now. It's been... I didn't really play any Lucian past the start of Unleashed, but I did find that Ukshan was not a good enough answer to Aurora most of the time, because that first Aurora would see the Elder Dragon, and then it wouldn't matter that you stole the Aurora, because you would just be kind of losing from there.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think it's interesting because the game that you want it the most is not usually the game that you're running it, because you've got it in the sideboards. And as we've seen more of these Sivir decks start running Baron in the main with the Elder Dragon in the side, you want it for the Baron game. It's much better, I think, to Akshan the Aurora if they're on Baron.
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of Lucians are still main decking some amount of Ukshans, but it's not guaranteed, right? Like, it is a good point that it's more of a sideboard card. Even though he's one of the more comfortable main boardable gear hate pieces has been around. It's not to say that it's bad. I mean, it still answers Aurora, and it's still like one of your better... It's like the best gear hate card that you get to play, so you still kind of want to play it, but it's just unfortunate for Heimer that it's like, okay, you have this thing that dodges Sabotage and is there to stop the Aurora if it comes down, but if it's an Elder, you're still just in a world of hurt.
Yeah.
Another Gust. Going to try and slow down the Conquerors, but there's still 2 units, so this doesn't really accomplish too much overall.
Yeah, I think you're just fine with this. I don't think there's anything you can really do here anyway. Well, I guess there is the longsword. We saw that earlier.
Oops. We're thinking on Warrens.
Gonna get the Zon Warren's trigger. I think if you're doing this, you're just hoping to find your own Sabo.
Yeah, you're looking for Sabo. And back goes the 5. This is best positioning into the Elder if it comes down. And Sabo was found!
Sabo was found. This is huge. Oh,
but it's 2 of them! It's 2 of them! And an Elder in hand, which, while usually you would say, oh, this is terrible, I think from the perspective of Caleb, it's fine. You play the first Aurora, and then you still have the ability to hard cast an Elder 2 turns from now if needed. Especially if you can stall out the game a little bit. You're not going to be able to stop Heimer from going to 7, but killing 2 of the units
Gotta reveal.
Sorry.
with an Elder coming down is going to be massive, and there it is. Plus
Good
a
on these.
Flurry
Yep.
was the 3rd card.
Yeah.
Faithfolk and...
I was about to say, I think that's the most backbreaking part, is that you saw not 1 but 2 Aurora and the Blade Flurry. So the Sabotage showed you maybe the worst possible. Like, if the second Elder was just another Blade Flurry, then that's, I think, the biggest disrespect you can get. But this is going to be rough. No combo pieces yet for Heimer, so you kind of can't lean into that the way we saw in the last game.
Yeah, and Heimer has to play to deny the double flurry, so you just run in with Lucian. If it gets flurried, you still have the Rengar, but you can't do Lucian second. If you run Lucian second, they both just get flurried.
Sure.
So, and I do think it's correct to flurry the Lucian, not let that keep running in and out. The Rengar will have to stay at the battlefield if it goes in. I mean, like, the best texture of hand here can't even be afforded. Need 8 runes. It would be like another equipment, Akshan, and challenge, so that you can challenge the Elder Dragon with the Rengar and steal the Aurora, buy some space. But it's just not here. Just gonna have to be Akshan, steal the Aurora.
Yeah. I mean, there could be a world where the Aurora pulls you, Ruin Runners or some large units to maybe go over the top of this Elder if it ever makes it to a battlefield. But Inferna is not that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, pulls Inferna out. Only 3 runes available. Didn't end up getting to go to 7, so a full turn cycle has been bought, which means that this Elder in hand is going to potentially be allowed to be deployed. Run this into Rengar. No punch first, as we see only 1 orange rune left after the Akshan was used.
Yep.
Catalyst for an extra draw. Gonna have those 12 runes ready to go on the next turn, and can still get Sivir out easy enough. Sabo can take the Trinity, deny any sort of shenanigans. Blighted Battle Axe is a lot of might to help get over the Elder Dragon, but Trinity actually gives a win condition.
Yeah, Trinity is essentially one of the few cards you're actually worried about if you're Caleb. Not that you're worried in this matchup at this stage, because I think you've established a dominant board position. You're still going to be at 12 even after this, Sivir was deployed. But if Heimer were to find a path to victory, it would probably be off of the combo somehow. So getting rid of the Trinity is helpful. Again, we know there is an axe, so axe on the Akshan could theoretically get rid of that first Elder, but the problem with that is then you're just giving over the Aurora back. I still think it might be worth doing, because you know that they can hardcast that Elder Dragon and get it back anyway.
Yeah, I do think there is some merit. Problem is that if you do go there, the Elder gets even more value, because the Sivir doesn't even have to trade. You can just hardcast the Elder, and then it gets the Akshan and a backline ping. In this case, the hardcast Elder is only going to get the Akshan ping, but realistically...
Well, your Akshan was never going to survive. Anything that was on the battlefield would have died anyway, because the Elder just has to tap it. So going in there is always just a trade.
That's true. Yeah, it's
just now you have 1 less Elder Dragon to worry about than you would have in this situation.
Yeah, but this is going to ping. It's going to pull the Aurora over. Potentially 3rd Elder going to hit the board. And
Pink Isa.
We said it before. Lucian does not beat the Elder Dragon, and he certainly does not beat 3 of them.
So opting to get rid of the Kaisa instead of the Akshan is a choice. I don't know. What do you have on that line of thought? I'm trying to.
I don't know why
to
the
go
Akshan's
through.
not dead right now.
Yeah, I'm saying, maybe you're worried about the card draw from the Kaisa, but I can't imagine a world where Kaisa was getting to conquer
Yeah,
here
how is she
anyway.
drawing a card? I don't know how she's. I'm sorry. I'm perplexed.
Yeah, that's why I was asking you. I took a moment. I was thinking through. I couldn't come up with it. I was like, Cass is way smarter than I am. I'll ask.
I mean, I guess the longsword is trapped, but that doesn't. It probably didn't matter. Maybe it mattered. Maybe it was. This only worked because there were 2 equipment in hand, and if the longsword had been free, then you could always make this play.
Yeah. But the thing is they were so worried about that Kaisa drawing, but now they still get to draw and go to 7 anyway.
Yeah, draw due to the Zonwarrens.
Right, you go in, you discard nothing.
Oh wait, this is the Aurora trigger again. I
this
forgot.
is the Aurora.
I forgot that there's an Aurora in play for Lucian.
Puzzlingly so.
So now, I mean, we are opened up to a spear win as a possibility, but also that was the last way to kill the Akshan. So
yeah, I mean, unless there's just a 3rd Elder in hand. Like maybe they didn't want. Yeah, I was gonna say maybe they didn't want to get rid of the Aurora or get the Aurora back because they'd already drawn the card they would have got. So.
Oh, he had an Elder in hand. Out of units potentially is another option, right? Your Aurora wasn't
Right, that's what I was saying.
anything.
3rd Elder in hand means getting the Aurora back doesn't matter if you're not going to hit anything else in your deck.
Of course. But that is going to allow ganking for Sivir. Gets to come over. Yeah, I mean, this is another fair reason, right? Yeah. Because in this way, like, you don't need the Aurora anyway, and you keep the longsword trapped on Akshan, so might as well, right? There had to be a reason, right? It was just too weird for there to not be a reason, and this seems like a very valid one.
You have any more units?
No.
So I think we're going to just see the whole deck gone through. Yeah, 21 cards, no units.
Yeah.
So, no Mind Splitter in for Caleb.
This is an accelerate unit, and a spear is a game win right now.
Yes, you are correct.
We keep saying it. At some point, it has to happen, right?
My might is not mighty enough.
Accelerate unit and a spear is just a game win.
Or spear and removal, like it could be a falling star.
Sure. I don't think we've seen any removal like that.
I don't know why they would still be in the deck because
also I'd side them out. Yeah.
but theoretically,
Well, if he had spear accelerate unit, I think we wouldn't be thinking anymore. Whoa, wait. Well, it's probably not an accelerate unit, right? Yeah. Okay. Turn was passed, so I guess it's what is in hand? Relentless Pursuit? He just needs a unit. But now you get to send a dragon on each side, but that's still beatable.
Yep.
You can't. It's hard to beat 2 units on each side, but you can beat 1.
Right.
I think. Wait, Heimer. If it's Relentless Pursuit. Oh. Okay.
Yeah, I was worried about removal here. I still feel like getting rid of the Sivir previous turn was probably fine.
No, it doesn't help because of the dragon at base, right? Because then there's still a unit on both sides.
Well, actually, I mean, you would have went down a healthy amount of runes, but like you could have got rid of the dragon on the other side with the first mate.
Yeah, that's what I needed.
Oh, and gonna have to at this point. I think it's Relentless. I get I think my read is that the last card is I mean, it could just be another equip that he just decided to not play, but I think it's Relentless Pursuit, and he needed to wait for 1 more unit.
Let me see.
And that, I believe, was the draw for turn, was this unit.
Let us see.
And then this is the last card. I think it's Relentless. I think that's what it was. And he needed 1 more turn to find a unit, and then he can actually he can play through everything. But crashing with Elder last turn, I could see that being good as well, because you can delay the points or make them spread back out. And with no units being flipped
This
and
is
no
one strong
last rights,
swirl.
the win
Yeah.
con is actually just killing everything on the board as well. Is like another option as a win con.
Well, the other reason I was thinking as well is just it would have denied a hold point too. Like getting rid of one of the units also doesn't mean that you're losing this turn.
It's tough. Because if it's not removal, if it's not challenge on that turn, there is still just kind of the win. This is, assuming this is Relentless Pursuit, I'm pretty sure I have the read correct. It was Relentless Pursuit just waiting for a unit.
And here comes the Relentless.
Faithful, attached Skyfall. Let me do the math here for a second. Yeah, over to the one with the 2.
So close for Heimer. So close.
I assume that's good.
Yeah, yeah. Do you move it there?
Yeah, I don't pull anything here.
Okay. Move.
I go to
attach.
15.
You can go here and pull the dragon and then just try and kill dragon and Sivir.
This is 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
I mean, I
and that
like
way,
this.
Oh yeah, if he pulls, it helps him in the case of the punch first, right?
You had all of the answers.
Yeah, I had good timing on a lot of the things.
I mean, I think
And
that you
then
still
2
have
auroras
to
to start.
pull the dragon here no matter what, because otherwise
It's all good.
you just lose.
Good game, man.
Well, 15 was killing both, but that's why I think you're supposed to pull the Elder, because if it, in the event it's this punch first that we're seeing now, you would still kill Elder, but not Elder and Sivir, and that would just, But that is the game. That is going to be Sivir getting that win. That should have been a win and in. They were at 7 points going into this. 10 should get them over into that top 16 guaranteed. And we do have them making it through, and we'll see if Heimer can hold on via breakers, because a good amount of players at 9 points will still sneak in, but it will be tiebreakers for that to happen. So we'll see if Heimer can make it through on that Lucian, but at very least, Caleb did get the job done with Aurora Sivir.
Yeah, I feel like... I mean, the punch first means that you could give the Sivir ganking the following turn, so if the punch first is there, you're probably losing anyway, but I do still feel like if you pull the dragon over just so that they don't immediately win from the holding, there is the possibility of, if they don't have the ganking to get over and double conquer on that turn, if they have to buy one more turn, or even if you pull the dragon and they have the punch first or whatever, but you kill the Sivir, more like you've pulled the dragon over and you kill the Sivir, if they don't have a movement, if they're not running like a ride the wind or something to get over,
Yeah, then you're just looking for an accelerate unit.
A top deck draw. So
there
was
a
I
chance
think
for one more
still
turn.
I still think there was another window. Heimer showing that Lucian deck actually has a lot of ways to potentially close things out.
Looks like we are winding down to the end of the day, though. We should have our standings coming up in just a moment. I know there's still some games going on, but we should be pretty close to having all of our qualifiers locked in for this one. I believe the ones that are still going on are ones for standings or seeding. When I'm looking in the Discord, I'm seeing, I see Anu still playing, but he was locked at 10 points. And then I see, I believe, a matchup that could get somebody to 9 points still going on. And so it would come down to breakers on whether or not they could sneak in, I believe is the other one. It's just the 2 matches remaining. Other than that, we have Sasuke said he's 4-1, so he's locked in on Master Yi. And then I think should be Nightingale and Ty were both locked. Felipe was locked. Yeah, I think we should be good then. I think we can just bring up standings and we should know who's made it. This is not updated from the previous rounds, but with Caleb getting that win in, I believe with these breakers, it should
Yeah.
still be locked. I don't know if I want to say that for sure though, because I'm looking at the opponent win rate percentage on some of the players, and I don't know that theirs are actually better than some of the players that were coming into this with a loss. So I actually don't know that it's locked. Now that I'm seeing it, yeah.
The worry would be people that are like GBK or Jared, where if they lose and somebody else wins to get to that point level, are the breakers better?
Yeah, so we are going to be waiting for this these last rounds to finish. I don't know if we can jump into one. We probably can't. I don't know. We'll see. There's like, I think it's literally just one game left that has to finish up, and we can see who our top 16 are. Yeah, we can't jump into this game, unfortunately. So yeah, we just have one left, and then we'll know. I mean, I guess we can either just throw it to a quick break and then come back with just the standings to see who qualified. Because other than that, we just tweet it later. But I think it makes sense for us to close on that, and it probably won't be going that long. So just hit a break screen if you're interested in seeing who qualified. Come back in a sec, and we'll have the final standings. Unless I'm getting baited. One sec. We'll see. It is what it is. This is what it is. This is not a professional tournament. This is just us doing things.
I love seeing from production the phrase, "Oop, you got baited."
Yeah. Okay, we might have this match. And then it's very easy for us to have a natural conclusion, because then we just get to know our top 16 right afterwards. Most of it is locked. It really is just like a few breakers for the last couple of spots. We know that Caleb just made it in with his Sivir because he was at 7 points, so he'll go up to 10. It's the 9-point slots that are a little bit contested. There will be a few breakers that do happen. So let's see. Let's see if we get in. Did I get double baited? That's the real question. The real question is, did I get double baited? Because there's the single bait and then there's the double bait. The double bait, where they say they baited you, but then that's actually the real bait, and then you don't have the thing that they said that you'd have. But we have it, and here we go.
We have it. Let's go.
This is my LeBlanc list. Yeah, Ripple has cooked on this thing since playing a lot of cool new techs to try and improve the Smoke and Mirrors Way deck.
15.
But it is going to be
the hidden card.
Pike versus Smoke and Mirrors LeBlanc.
I will discard a.
It looks like this is the middle of resolving a Hui trigger. Hui at 10 already, 13. So lots of Hui triggers have already gone off this turn.
And finally, we can start the turn.
Did this in response. Start of turn, Smoke of Mirrors resolution. He knows his shit. Let's go. So this was there was a unit. There's probably a Smoke and Mirrors setup.
Yep.
This was swapping the Hui back in response to the Smoke and Mirrors. And also death gripping the Hui copy. So this is both things happening. And now getting to swing for 13, make that 16. This is the power of Smoke and Mirrors Hui. I know you guys didn't see that on screen.
There's no stress. That's all yours.
But it is going to push through.
All right.
Get the Conquer up to 7 points.
Back off.
A mirror image.
Discard mirror image, make another Hui. Move back and draw.
I saw the Vex and I was like, oh, it's clearly Vex. But no, this is Pike. It was just plain Vex.
Wait,
so
call the week first. Does he kill the Sentry and then move the Hui to try and draw again? No, gonna kill the Hui and say he's got the win. Oh, there's no cards in hand for Pike. That makes sense. Just kill the Hui. If there's cards in hand, you can move the Hui back. Look for a Smoke and Mirrors with the extra card draw.
I guess I've technically learned.
Oh, this makes sense. But no cards in hand. You're just saying that the Pike has to tap deck.
Correct.
Accelerate, right?
You just make him have a removal spell or something like that, and just
yeah,
say that the game is ending if you don't find it.
But just thinking, this is clearly a list that's probably running 3 of the Pikes. You've got Kaisa's, could possibly run Rek'Sai's as well, so on and so forth.
I've learned anything, but I also totally understand if you're not cool with it.
You can do it.
Yeah.
No stress.
I think deciding whether or not to kill the Sentry, like still deciding on this. I don't mind. Oh, there's
wait.
Smoke and Mirrors now.
2. draw for smoke.
Yep.
And then the Hui effect to draw, discard, and now it resolve, and I will kill the Watchful Sentry.
Okay.
Hey,
I was expecting
quick
maybe hidden
question.
smoke and mirrors.
Yeah.
How did you smoke and mirrors in response to the Call of the Week?
Yeah,
that just
cannot smoke and
Yeah.
mirrors in response to the call of the week.
Yes.
It is an action speed spell.
I
Right,
asked
unless
if he
it's
was okay with
hidden.
me going back. I hadn't
Oh.
learned anything. I called the
No, it's an
week,
action speed spell. Definitely
and then
cannot.
asked if it was okay to go back.
It wasn't
and play
hidden.
Smoke and mirrors before calling the week.
Gotcha. As long as y'all
Oh,
both were
before
agreed-
calling the
okay.
week.
I just
Oh,
wanted to
not
triple
okay.
check, 'cause I was like, wait, I was watching. I was like, hold on, wait a second.
Totally fair.
Cool.
And
Yeah.
again,
No stress. That's
Yep,
it.
that makes more sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not in response.
Thank you.
Not in response.
Okay.
Full clarity from the
and
judge.
then I will play a Hui here and
God damn.
all the
All right.
Huis.
That
He
is
does go
all the
back.
Huis.
way too many ways out there.
Yep, that's game. GG's.
That's gonna get there. Ripples takes the win.
Okay.
Is that
I
Yeah.
guess he would have
game 3? I think it is game 3. It says game 3 at the top. Yeah.
Different, but
Yeah.
Ripples gets there. Now we'll see if Ripples
Good
on
games.
tiebreakers can qualify
Apologies
for the top
for
16 with
getting a little weird on
the
that
smoke
last
and mirrors
time.
Hui deck.
No stress, man. You're all good.
Oh, this is my favorite deck in the game. I love it so much. I can't wait to try and brew it for Vendetta again.
Alright.
Now that I can
Go
play
ahead.
the
good news
Azir in it. Maybe I got to talk to Ripples if he's been grinding it. If he's been in the mines playing this when I gave up on it, and I've been sitting on my pedestal playing Diana. He said this in the Discord. I love it. It's so funny. Spent this set basking in Diana privilege. How dare you? Yes, yes. I agree, Ripples. I agree. You've been in the mines. You've been in the absolute mines. But I'm getting back into the mines for Vendetta. I love this deck too much. But that's cool. I hope Ripples was able to make it. We'll see how if the breakers swing his way. But if not, we will see who has made that top 16. Let's check out those standings and see who's done it. Who will be in our top 16? We have Ty as our first seed on Aurelia, Anu second seed with Ezreal, Rowan with Lux, Nightingale on the Vex, Niv, which I believe that is my boy Sasuke, on the Master Yi, Felipe on Lilia, Ishi on Diana, GBK on Ezreal, Jared on the Rek'Sai, Caleb on Sivir, Random 7 Hearthstone on the Ezreal. That's my boy as well from the Legend of Runeterra days. Martin on Master Yi, Aaron on Annie, David on Azir, Zam on Jin, and Lord Pooh Bear on Victor. So unfortunately for Ripples, not able to get there on the breakers. But that is how everything shook out for our qualifier for the CN versus the World Sideways Showdown. And we will be having these 16 players going up against 16 players that will qualify from the CN region on July 25th, playing Vendetta. They will seed into one playing 16th from CN, 16th playing one from CN, etc. down the line into that top 32 bracket. Should be a hell of a watch when we get to there. But hope you all enjoyed the match for this weekend. Had a lot of fun watching the Sideways Showdown. We had a lot of fun having you all here. But that is going to do it for me, for Charmer, for Sam D. Sherman, and for all of the production crew. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for being here. And make sure to follow us on Twitter at Turn Them Side and on YouTube at the Turn Them Sideways channel for any updates on this. We'll have the times and the stream location for the CN versus the World finale on July 25th. We'll see you then.